Yep, we're live.
Oh.
All right, guys. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm going to wait for a few people to get in here.
I got a big noise, I apologize.
Okay. Looks like we got 5 people in here. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Looks like you should be able to hear me. I see my microphone bouncing around. All right. Test, 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 test. Is it using the... No, it's using the... Okay. All right. Okay. So we're in kind of a mad scramble. We're hoping to have the engine and transmission made it up to one another before we went live, but unfortunately things didn't go so well. Turns out there was a broken off bolt in the bell housing. Here's a chunk of it. So yeah, that's a chunk of the bolt that we had to extract. And yeah, the box on my face I'll fix that in a second here. So we got that out, and now we have, I guess, here, I'll raise this up. All right, so here's our engine here. And if we spin it around to the back, so here is our adapter plate. This is actually the adapter plate off of my Studebaker. And this bolt right here was broken off in the block. Luckily, we were able to extract it. So we got our flywheel that's been re-drilled, or flex plate that's been re-drilled. Also, since you guys last saw it, we got our fancy billet oil pan already all installed. We got our motor mounts cleaned up, painted, installed. We got our BHJ harmonic damper installed. So we're getting pretty close here. We just need to hook the transmission up to it and we can throw it in the car. You'll also notice on the car that we took the whole front end apart and we cleaned and painted everything. So it is looking quite a bit better than it was before. We went with some gray paint. Say hi, Mom.
Hello.
All right, let me fix the boxes real quick. Yeah, let me just fix this real quick. Digital zoom. No, I need the... Oh, I have to change it to manual, and then that, and then I can move this off into the corner, and now it's focused on my shirt. Okay. All right. Hopefully that guys can see what's going on. Okay. So we went with this Rust-Oleum gloss. What are you doing? Oh. You just turned off the camera.
Oops.
All right, guys, you had a little lapse in the stream, I'm sure there. You turned the camera off and then back on. So we went with this Phantom Gray. That's mainly because, I don't know if you guys are aware, but there's a shortage on paint too. So we didn't have a lot of choices on the colors that we could pick. So yeah, if you want to, here, go like this, and then go like this.
Okay.
There you go. So yeah, we cleaned and painted the whole front end and painted it in that Phantom Gray. I think it turned out pretty well. We also cleaned and painted some of the suspension parts and the steering linkage and all that stuff. So it looks pretty good to me. At some point, we're going to paint the body as well, but mainly just to make it one color. So What's up?
Oh, we're live.
Yep. So Dad's scrambling. We have to clearance the transmission bell housing just a tiny bit for our flex plate shield because we are using an internal style flex plate shield that you can see in his hand there. So he's working on that, and so all right.
Talking about drilling right down the center of that bolt.
Yeah. You notice how? Hang on a second. Where'd it go?
Showing the hole on the back side of the block.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to show them. My adapter thing didn't show up, so I can't move the camera. Okay, you guys saw that little piece of the the extracted bolt. It was like dead center, so my dad did a really good job at extracting it. So yeah. Dark Blaze. I got a paint store here in Mesa and the store is packed full. I found the color for the Cavalier it will be a medium metallic gray. Very cool. Yeah, that's unfortunately that's this is the internal. So most flex plate shields, they bolt onto the outside of the your transmission bell housing. It's like a plate that comes up and around like this, but this is the internal style. They're a lot less common, but they have they basically cover your flex plate from the inside rather than the outside, and it's honestly a better design in my opinion. It seems like it, instead of hoping that it catches the fragments on the outside of the bell housing, it actually like hugs the flex plate very tightly. So yeah. Mitch Robinson. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any of your comments. So, all right, you can hear me fine. That's good because I've been talking for a while. Yeah, and yeah, there you can see it. So it's real tight in here, and you know that flex plate's not going anywhere if it decides to come apart. So, okay. Sweet face boxes. Yep. Yeah. I put the box in the corner. You can see it right there. Oh, you're moving it's right there. Yeah, there's the box. Yeah, unfortunately my DSLR, it has a box on it so that you know where that it's focused, and I can't make the box go away. You know, I'd have to get a whole new camera, and I'm not doing that. So okay. Kendall Upson says, how do I get my engine ready for turbo? I have a 2004 Envoy with a 4200. Depends how much power you want to make. We have had a lot of success with running unopened engines. We've run stock valve springs up to, on that year engine, we've run them up to 550 wheel horsepower. So depending on what your goals are, it may range from nothing to, I would recommend this at almost any power level. GM, should have specified. There is one modification I would highly recommend. There's this oil line. It comes off of right off after the filter, and it redirects oil to one of the mains. It's the 5th main. And GM, when they were developing this engine, this was the very first engine that they did variable valve timing on it. So the oil passages in the engine very much prioritize your variable valve timing. And because of that, for higher horsepower applications, your rear main bearings tend to get starved. We've never actually run it without this mod, so I don't know if that's 100% true, but I would recommend. It's a very easy modification to make, so you might as well just do it. But yeah, essentially you can come off this port, or you can come off this port in the front, and you just redirect oil. This is just a -6 AN line, and it redirects oil. Luckily, the 4200 has access to the mains on a lot of the mains, and that goes directly in there. So it's very easy to do that oil modification. And then we use this port right here for our turbo feed. We're basically prioritizing the turbo feed as the last priority in the oiling system, because I'd rather have a broken turbo than an engine that's, spun every bearing. So
I think we're ready to go live.
okay, we're already live.
Oh.
Okay. I've experienced that myself on an 87 or an 85 CRX SI. I hate broken bolts. Yeah, broken bolts suck. JT Northwest says, or NW says, the gray looks nice. Thanks. Yeah, we spent a lot of time cleaning, and I'm very happy with how it came out as well. All right. All right. Dad just manhandled the transmission.
Well, maybe.
So,
I can move the camera.
no, we can just leave it there. You can just let it be now. Yeah, it's fine. It's good, Mama. Okay. Yep, paint looks nice. Thank you. Yeah.
The hub adapter and the difference in it because of the thickness.
Okay. So another thing, normally we run like a 3/8 inch thick adapter plate. You see here in orange, but since there's this extra thickness from the flex plate shield, normally you can use like an LS hub adapter piece. This little piece that extends the crankshaft out a little bit and grabs your torque converter and centers everything. Normally you can just use one right off an LS, but because we did that, my dad machined this out of a chunk of metal, and it's a little bit longer because we had to take up the extra thickness. So, yeah, the other thing, so with running these engines, zoom out, Mom. Zoom out all the way. Okay. So this is the torque converter from my Studebaker. We're going to run that on this guy, but something that you should be aware of is what?
Don't pour it on yourself.
Oh. So there's little spacers that we welded on here. You got to make up the distance of the adapter plate. So there's little spacers here on the thing here, and then we also welded a nut to the back side, so because you can't really get to the, well, you can actually get to the back side from the bottom, but it's kind of a pain. It's a lot easier to have a nut welded on there. So yeah, these little spacers here, that solves the problem for you. So yeah, we're gonna reuse the torque converter from my Stude. It was installed to about 3,000 RPM on the foot brake, and the JEGS torque converters that we've been using on a lot of stuff, the 60429 converter, which is very typical in a lot of LS applications. And it's the converter that we're running on my station wagon. It's a little on the tight side for a 4200, so we're gonna, that only stalls up to like 2200 RPM on the foot brake. So this one's a little bit looser than the one that's in my Fairmont. So we're hoping that it will get onto the two-step a little bit quicker with this torque converter. So the only way to find out is to see what happens. Most of our torque converters, they're unknown flea market converters. This one actually has a part number on it, which my dad's actually looking up right now. But it's really hard to find information on torque converters. They usually it's, you know, it's like they have a part number on it, and you look the part number up, and you can't find any information on it. So
there's no information on that.
yeah, it's probably a TCI or a Trans Specialties or who knows. But yeah, most of the torque converters that we run are just unknown flea market. We probably paid anywhere from $10 to $50 for them, and I think we paid $5 for one actually once. Yeah, it's you pretty much you roll the dice, and it's sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty high revving application, so having a looser torque converter is probably going to suit that as well. Okay, Buck does it. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jonathan. Yeah, Jonathan Cucci says, "Did you ARP the mains and caps? I think if you can keep the bottom end together, the combination can make quite a bit of power. How about crank vibration?" Okay. No, we didn't ARP anything. This engine is pretty similar to the ones we've prepared in the past. It's basically a stock long block with some Schneider reground cams and some Crowler valve springs, which we installed on the engine. And the only thing that's really different about this engine is we are running a solid valve train, meaning there's solid lash adjusters. So I don't have any around here, but basically the lash adjusters in these engines, they act like a hydraulic lifter, and they take up some of the they take up the lash essentially with oil pressure. And we've gone to, the problem with that is when you get to higher RPM, those lash adjusters can collapse and you don't get all the lift out of your camshaft. So we've gone to totally solid lash adjusters. You can buy them. The Ecotech shares the same lash adjuster. I don't know if it's all the years, but some of the years do at the very least. And there's a guy who does lots of high performance Ecotech. His company's name is Skunk Works, and so he sold us the lash adjusters, and we shaved them down until we got the appropriate lash. So that's all that's done to this engine. We've made 824 horsepower to the wheels with one of these engines, pretty much in this same application, except we used factory lash. Well, we used my lash adjuster kit that I sell for the Schneider cams. I really want to see if the lash adjusters, does that have the bigger input?
No, it should,
okay.
But I'm about to check.
Okay. Yeah, the what was I saying?
Lash adjusters.
Yeah, but what was I saying about them? Yeah. Oh, I want to do a comparison. So, the guy that sells the solid lash adjuster swears that above like 7,000 RPM, you need solid lash adjusters. He thinks there's quite a bit of power being left on the table. I mean, my station wagon peaks around 7,300 RPM. So. I don't doubt what he's saying, but I like to actually prove stuff, especially when the lash adjuster kit was like $500. So it's $500 for the lash adjusters, the solid lash adjusters, and we probably have 17 hours. I think that's what we calculated. 17 hours of our time clearancing them for this engine, and it was very tedious and kind of a pain. So it would be really nice if we found out that the hydraulic lash adjusters made no difference or make the same power as the solid ones because, it was a ton of work and a lot of money to invest. You said, what about reducing the crank vibration? So the BHJ damper that we run on these engines is alleged to reduce crankshaft vibrations. It's tuned for a different frequency. The elastomer is maybe a different material or a different thickness or something like that. And they basically tune it to dampen at a different frequency. So I have suspicions that it may be that the whole crankshaft vibration thing with these engines. They say around 6,500 RPM they have a issue. I don't know. I kind of think it's a myth, but until we prove that, obviously we're gonna proceed with caution. But for what we do, we like to drag race our stuff, so we're going to run the SFI part if we can. So it is SFI approved, so might as well just run it and get the retuned damper. Yeah, where's everybody from? Chad Gummo says hello from Central PA. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, where's everybody from? Steve Turner says it's about that time, Miller time. Yeah, there you go. Fortunately, we got to do a little bit of work here today, but I'm not really a beer guy, so you guys enjoy. Buck does it. The only work I've done on these motors is replaced a cracked exhaust manifold. That's probably not a bad job. Yeah, that pretty much anything else on these is a total nightmare in the Trailblazer chassis. Jonathan Cucci asks, how about a ported cylinder head? Nope, we didn't take the cylinder head off or anything. It's still the stock head bolts, everything. We're running my station wagon at 713 wheel horsepower, and it survived an 800-mile torture test at Summit Racing Midwest Drags, and it made it throughout the week, running nines pretty much every day. Well, every day except for the first day. And yeah, 3,200-pound going nines, and survived an 800-mile road trip. And yeah, these engines are very reliable. The stock head bolts hold up just fine. But yeah, porting the cylinder head, honestly, I at maybe getting closer to 1,000 wheel horsepower, it might be pretty useful. But for applications at around 700 to 800 horsepower, I really don't think it's worth the time and money, because just run more boost. It's boost is a measure of restriction, not power. And you can run a little bit lower boost with a ported cylinder head, but why not just crank a little more boost to it and save the $2,000 and all that time investment? It's, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. JTNW says he's from Olympia, Washington. Brandon Harris, hey, from Tulsa. Eric Flower, hello from Cleves, Ohio. Hey, were you at did you stop by and say hi to us at the Midwest Drags? That's where Edgewater is, I think, right? I'm pretty sure Edgewater's in Cleves. Steve Turner says, laugh out loud. Buck does it. Lebanon, PA. Hey, is he the guy that was live streaming yesterday? Yeah. He's in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to trim the front of that input shaft.
Is it?
It's too short to go in. It's one of those M300 shafts.
Okay. Do you need to chamfer it? Oh. Can you pull it out?
Nope. It's not power body.
Okay. All right. So we're dealing with some issues with custom parts that were never really meant to belong together. The input shaft is not seating over the torque converter. You want me to try it?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. Jonathan Cucci, he is from Minnesota. Tony Schreier. Hi, Tony from Ventura. I assume that's California. Eric Flower says, what ECU are you going to run with this? We're going to run a gold box on this. We're basically going to take the whole harness and ECU from my Studebaker and just transfer it right onto this thing, just to make it easy. You know, I already have the harness made. Eric Flower, he's 5 minutes from Edgewater, sad to say I didn't make it out when you were there. Would love to meet you guys. Well, I'm sure we'll be out there again for the next Midwest drags. They normally tend to repeat tracks with Edgewater or with Midwest drags. So
Bug does it.
yeah, Buck does it. Yeah, he was the guy that was live. Yeah, yep. Yeah, you were doing the review of the channels. My dad was watching that. That was cool to listen to. Eric Flower, I'm 5. Oh yeah, I already read that. Brian Hall, I'm near Toronto. So is that? Yeah, that's Canada. Okay. Yep. Cool. All right. So we happen to have a Jeg 60429 torque converter laying around, and my dad is trying that one out now. Did it go?
Oh, went further. Shoot down.
All right.
I think it's the input shaft.
Okay.
It's just too short.
All right. How do we?
I have to take everything up and grind it. So keep talking to me.
Okay. All right. So we're having clearance. Yeah. It's what does new stand for? Never ever worked. It's pretty normal to have custom parts that don't go together nice. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Okay, he got the Jeg torque converter on, so now we just got to get the other one to go on.
Yeah, it's the input shaft is
It's just too
got a
sharp.
square shoulder and a factory
Yeah.
tapered shoulder.
Okay.
So if you don't get it perfect, it won't drop.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to get a little creative. Chad Gummo asks, do you guys still talk to Jeremy from Faster Proms? I haven't talked to him in quite a while. He seems to have kind of fallen off the map a little bit. He hasn't made a video in quite a while. It's been like 5 months. I think after
Once we get the head on something and all that,
once we get the cylinder head that he ported or that he had ported for us, we'll probably be getting in contact with him again. I don't know. He's not sure where he where he disappeared to. I'm sure he's still active in the with his business and everything, but just haven't talked to him in a while. I don't know.
sorry.
So
As fast as I can.
yep. Well, I guess I can talk about this. All right, guys. So I have a new product that I have for you guys. As you guys may or may not know, we sell a few parts for this engine. We sell a lash adjuster kit, shim and lash adjuster kit to install Schneider reground cams into this engine. And we also sell some ignition coil adapters to convert the 2002 to 2005 engines to the later ignition coils, which have higher energy. And something that we are just about to start selling are these starter adapters. So they take like a Tilton starter like this guy, and they adapt it to a 4200. And the idea with this is, let me actually dig this out. All right, this is gonna take a second. Hang on, guys. I got it. Okay. So, when you run, point it down here. When you run a factory 4200 starter with a turbo 400 or what have you, you have to cut this notch right here, this little notch here in the bell housing. Maybe if I contrast, yeah. See how there's this notch in the bell housing? When you run a factory 4200 starter, you have to cut that notch in your transmission, and that's annoying because, you know, it weakens your bell housing, and it's kind of a tedious thing to do, and I'm just overall not a big fan of it. So what we're going to start selling are these guys, which, okay, hold still.
Okay.
All right, let me stand here. There we go. Nope, I got to get it to focus on me. There we go. Okay, so we're going to sell this, just this billet aluminum piece here. And it basically, this allows you to bolt up this style starter without having to notch your bell housing, like what I just showed there. So then it doesn't become a 4200 only transmission. And yeah, you go to this style starter. So if you're okay cutting holes in your bell housing, then just run the factory piece. If not, then you can buy that piece from us. We're not quite, don't have it quite listed on, we sell it on our website. All our stuff is on our website, packracing.com. So it's not quite up there yet, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that this is on the horizon. We have noticed that with starters, you know, you can get this same starter, the same style where it has these 3 bolts here. You can get the same style starter from a lot of companies. Tilton sells it, PowerMaster sells it, and you can buy Chinese clones of it. And we have seen that some of the bolt hole locations are a little bit inconsistent. So you may have to just barely drill one of the holes out to get the thing to bolt up perfectly in some cases. But you know, it's most of the forces are not being contained with the bolts, so making the hole a little bit bigger isn't going to hurt anything. So yeah, just wanted to let you guys, I know there's a lot of guys on the Facebook page that are interested in these starter adapters, and so wanted to let you guys know that we're going to start selling them. So keep an eye out for that. All right. Chad Gummo, that's how I found you guys. Love your content. I have owned a lot of Trailblazers, had a 03 with a K&N Stage 2 kit, ran really well. Yep. Yeah, that's Jeremy has definitely helped us grow a lot more following, and I'm really thankful that he gave us that opportunity. You can zoom this back out.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, I'm really thankful. You can point it this way. Really thankful that Jeremy gave us the opportunity to share our stuff on his channel. So yeah, it's thanks for tuning in. Looks like we got 34 people. 34 people. So you want me to grab a ruler?
Well, this is spaced different. I just realized I've had it in all this time.
Yeah, I think you're good. It looks good. Yeah. Okay, so anytime that you guys install a torque converter, you should verify that it is seated in the transmission correctly, because if you don't and it's not, you're going to have a really bad day. It'll burn up the pump in your transmission. And
Yep, it's in.
yeah, so it needs to be just over an inch seated back.
So inch to there. Go back to the other thing.
What? Oh,
Again. So that's an inch and a 16th. And go back to the flex plate. So 3/4.
yeah. So the other thing you need to check is your pull out. So you need the torque converter needs to pull out from the transmission a certain length.
This is different.
Looks like 7/16 of an inch.
Yeah, something's not right. Oh, duh.
It needs to pull out.
It needs to pull out.
Yeah, you need to pull it out between an 1/8 and a 3/16. Between an 1/8 and 3/16 of an inch. And that is to give it a little bit of room to move around. So I'm sure you've seen, if you've watched videos on anybody installing transmissions or anything like that, you'll know most people talk about that. It's rather important. So, okay. Eric Flower asks, does the 4200 need anything special to bolt to a Turbo 400? You need an adapter plate. So you can buy one from, so I recommend you buy one from MTech Motorsports. Looks like this. We've found that you actually have to trim the top off or else it hits the cylinder head. But yeah, it basically uses flange style bolts like this. And, they bolt up flush. And then it has your standard small block Chevy bell housing pattern. And the nice thing about these engines is the dowel location, this hole right here, is in the same exact location as like an LS or a small block Chevy. You got to turn it towards me a bit. We got to get it to focus on me. There you go. Okay, so yeah, this dowel location is in the same relation to the crankshaft center line on 4200, and same as a LS or a small block Chevy. And then you'll need one of these. Normally with this adapter plate, this 3/8 inch thick, you can just run the hub adapter from like an LS and you're good to go. but since we are running a adapter plate and a flex plate shield, in the internal style flex plate shield, we have a little bit more thickness there. So to take up that thickness, we had to make this hub adapter a little bit longer. And then from there, you got to clearance a few parts on the block so that you can install the bolts for your transmission. And yeah, pretty much you're good to go. Oh, you need to install extended dowel pins as well to get through the adapter plate and be able to line up with your transmission. You can buy them through like Jags. They just, buy the ones that are designed for like a mid plate. And yeah, you're pretty much good to go there. Yeah, it's the same diameter as a standard small block. So yeah, it's pretty easy. All right. Okay. Why?
Because it's too far forward. It's too far forward with the spacers.
Okay.
The spacers would need to be a quarter of an inch.
I mean, here, line this up.
And I know that,
Measure back to here.
yeah, I already did.
Yeah, it's not, shouldn't it be a little bit over an inch? I guess it is.
It's
about
it's
one
hitting the
inch.
pump right there.
Okay.
So I know it's in.
All right. But how much clearance do we have?
It's gonna thrust it that way to wipe out the thrust bearing in the engine.
Okay, don't go too far with that, Mom. Okay.
I think we just put the text.
All right. So we're gonna have to make spacers.
What's that?
We're gonna have to make spacers.
Yes.
Okay.
But we can put everything. Let's just make sure that the bolt holes match up the bolt holes, and if we do, we'll just drop that in.
Okay. What? Yeah, you're not going to be able to go too far.
Just need to put the edges. Yeah, just hold the engine and rock it.
Oh.
This looks like a worky.
It's going to be the smaller pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it lines up.
Okay. All right, so this bottoms out on that.
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely need a spacer.
Yeah.
And we're gonna need to measure some stuff here.
All right. All right, we were hoping to have this knocked out before we started the live stream, but fortunately we're having to do this live.
Good.
All right. Buck does it. Gotta have says gotta head to work. Great stuff. Yep. Thanks for tuning in, Buck.
Okay, so that's 3/8 of an inch. So that 3/8. 2/8. 2/8. Let me get that stupid thing to go in and it won't work. Oh, it would work.
Okay.
No, too many crickets. I finally got the stupid thing in. I just pulled the thing out and it will work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we double check the measurements?
Take it to us.
So I don't know why it wouldn't work.
It will work.
Okay.
It's 2/8 now. Sorry, guys.
All right.
3/8 minus 1 is 250. I get it. Can I check something first? Yeah. So it is this direction.
Mm-hmm.
Trick to it.
All right. All right. So had a little bit of math error there, and turns out the torque converter will work. So we're not going to have to machine spacers and stuff. And what?
Knock the block out. Back end out. That's not good.
All right. So it took us a little bit of time, but looks like we're ready to mate the transmission to the engine. So dug out a bunch of bolts. I gotta find them. Here. Lock washers. There it goes. there it goes. Okay, let me grab. Hey. Lift. Okay. 9/16.
Questions here?
Feel free to ask questions if you guys have them.
No question.
All right. Can we fit the washers on the lower ones? I guess so. All right.
Nissan FTW says, nice. I was just watching Max ECU video again, and this was in the suggestion.
Yep. Well, thanks for watching all the videos.
And he says also, are you guys planning on running the BMW DCT on the 4200 in the future?
I would love to. They've started to get a little. Where'd the socket go? I just had one. There it is. Yeah, I would love to run a BMW DCT. But they're starting to get a little wild on price just because everybody's starting to discover them. But the answer is yes, I would love to, but I don't know if we ever will or not. We'll have to see how things work out. Typically, we build drag cars, so it's probably going to have to be in an application where we're not very, very concerned about making it as quick as possible, because the DCT is going to take some. Just hold the camera still. You don't have to move it around so much. You're just like, you're probably giving people a headache. You're so silly. Yeah, so I would love to run a DCT, but we'll see. It's going to have to be on something that we're not concerned about getting the most performance out of, because you are going to give up a little bit with a DCT. Torque converters, they're the best solution, in my opinion, for all-out drag performance. We will be doing a manual transmission in the near future, and it will be a drag effort. The goal is to compete in one of the stick shift class at one of the drag and drive events. So we do plan to do that, but they don't allow DCTs in those classes, unfortunately. Car Camp says, I'm glad I checked my phone. I don't like missing your guys' content. Well, thanks. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. JTNW says, too bad a manual swap isn't this easy for a 4200. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Michael Blacktree says, you guys have much experience with the GM V6 engines. Thinking of a 3.9 overhead valve or a 3-point DOHC in a project. You're talking about the newer engines. I think my brothers, they have the high feature bell housing, and those are in like the like 2010-ish and later. My brother's car has one of them. I don't have a lot of experience with them, but you know, I don't see anything wrong with them. I know they did a hopped up version in the Cadillac ATS-V. A friend of mine actually had one of them, and the thing was decently quick. But those have like titanium rods and all kinds of fancy stuff in them. Yeah, personally, it's neat, but I don't know. I like the engines that you can go to any junkyard in America and find, you know, like an LS or a 4200 or something that, you know, nobody loves, or, you know, that sort of thing. I don't like the Corvette motor, you know, I mean, I do, but it's just harder for people to identify with, and definitely harder for me to identify with. It's like, what if that breaks? You know, then you're out a whole lot more money. But yeah, we don't have any experience with them, but they seem like a decent engine. Michael Blacktree, the BMW DCTs are expensive. Yes, they are. Car camp. I likes me some learning. Yes, yeah, I like to learn too. That's normally the type of video that I watch. Is
I are educated too.
yes, I like videos where I learn something. That's what you know, you'll usually find me watching. Okay, I have.
And we need a mic.
Mike.
All right. Sorry about the delay, guys.
Okay, you need a microphone. Hang on. You need a microphone. They probably can't even hear you. Okay. All right, there. Nissan V8 for the win. What's great about the 4200 is you can still get an entire Trailblazer for less than $2K running. Yeah, you can get them for even cheaper than that. We picked up one for $500.
400 bucks.
Okay, $400 not too long ago.
Yep.
So, yeah, if you're interested in finding an engine, they're out there and they're cheap. Car camp. I'm watching you guys.
Paper towels.
They're over here.
We're over here.
I'm watching you guys while trying to finish wiring my Turbo LS SN95. Very cool. Yeah, it's I do that a lot too, where I like putting on stuff in the background while I work. So right there with you on that.
Yep. Buck does it. We watched his last night.
Yeah, we were watching Buck last night while we worked
On this thing.
Yep.
All right. So the issue with the torque converter was we got an M300 input shaft going into the transmission because the main hub, we get them rebroached to a high spline count input shaft. The new input shaft on the end had a very square cut, whereas the factory Turbo 400 input shaft has a rounded edge to it. So what was happening is when I was trying to put the torque converter on, it was not engaging in those gears. Once it starts going into those gears, then it's a lot easier to put in a second time. But the first few times, it's very hard because you have to have perfect alignment. Otherwise, the sharp edge hits. So, yeah, just note to self if you ever do an M300 input shaft.
Yep.
All right.
Dr. Art's Hot Rod Rehab. He asked, what kind of microphones are we using? Just hold still, Mama. I am using these Movo lav mics. Hopefully you can see that. They're just a system. I basically have a receiver that sits on top of my camera. which you can't see, obviously. Yeah, the receiver is the one with the 2 antennas that just sits on top of my camera. And then I have 2 lav mics, one here and then right there. So yeah, it's I bought that last year around this time, and focus. There we go. Bought that last year around this time, and it's trying to focus again. Yeah, and yeah, I'm very happy with how they've been performing. So the only thing is they take AA batteries. So I bought a rechargeable battery kit. You're so silly, Mom. You're trying to zoom in on everything I'm doing.
Yeah, you can tell them about the delay on the T-shirts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the only trouble with running external microphones is you need to have a camera that has an external microphone input. And I had to buy a camera that had an external microphone input, which is what you guys are seeing us through right now. So just make sure you look out for that. You got to make sure your camera has the external microphone input, or else it's kind of useless. It just, yeah.
T-shirts.
Yeah, the camera. Dr. Art is asking about the camera. It's a Canon, a T8i, I think. Yeah, T8i, Rebel T8i. Yeah, that's what I'm running. Honestly, I probably would have gone with something different if I had it to do over again. The stupid box that you see down here, that's really annoying. I wish I could make that go away. So I probably would have gone with something that's better for streaming. But, you know, we weren't really into the live streaming when I bought it. So, you know, I had no idea. And it's the picture quality. Like my brother has a Canon that we've been using for a long time, and it has a whole lot better picture quality than this one. And this is a newer Canon. You know, I bought this because I liked his, and honestly, the picture quality on this one, I can't seem to find any adjustments to make it better. It's so dark. You know, in editing, I have to like add saturation and stuff to the picture to make it look better. Because it's really not that dark in here, but like everything looks dark. So honestly, I would go with something different, but just make sure it has the external microphone input.
Nice.
Okay, Unreasonable says, I used to run a 64 Valiant convertible with a 225 inline 6. I noticed your shirt. I ran a Clifford Performance headers. Their motto is, 6 equals 8. Yeah, that's the whole, that's what that's in reference to. Yeah, we're a big fan of Clifford. I used to have a 250 inline 6 powered Nova, and you know, I'm a big fan of the company, and we kind of made these as a homage to Clifford, except we say 6 is greater than 8 because we think these engines are better than 8 cylinders in a lot of cases.
We're having fun with them.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun with them.
Can I lift this up and start
go ahead.
putting it in?
All right, so we're gonna. All right, we're gonna move forward with installing the engine into the chassis. So, yeah.
Bear with us.
Yep. This is gonna take a little bit of.
You steer the engine, I'll steer the car.
Okay.
Tell me if it's left or right.
Go this way a bit. Okay, hang on. Try not to bust the paint up.
hold on.
not have a transmission mount on it, so does that one? Nope.
Let's bring it back out.
All right.
This is gonna be a pain in the butt if we don't.
Yeah. Okay. Move the car. Good. All right. We forgot to put our transmission mount on because, yeah. Oops.
All right, I'm gonna need a 15 millimeter socket then.
Okay. Should be out. All right. It's right there behind you on the stool. Yeah, that one. Yep. Yep. No, other one. Other one. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Michael Blacktree, it plugs into the mic input on your camera. Yes. Yep. Yeah, it's just a standard lavalier mic setup. I bought it off Amazon. There were some like really cheap microphones on there, and I went with kind of the middle of the road. I mean, I'm kind of the belief that you get what you pay for, and I looked for something that had good reviews, and so yeah, I settled on those Movo. I didn't want to go with like a Sennheiser or something ridiculous.
Thank you.
You know, the lavalier mics can be extremely expensive. I think it was like $150 for it. Yeah, I went with, you know, you can buy a Sennheiser lavalier mic setup can be like $500. So I went with something that was sort of had good reviews and wasn't too ridiculous, but also wasn't like dirt cheap. I didn't want to buy a $30 lavalier mic. That seemed like it was too good to be true. So, yep. John Fiore says, I've noticed more and more that cars are moving to Turbo 400s away from Power Glides. Have you also noticed that? And why do you think that is? I'll let you take that one.
All right. Well, there's all kinds of things that have to be balanced. You either do your torque multiplication with your torque converter or with your transmission and your rear end, or some combination of those three. But a torque converter is one of the most misunderstood parts on a car. It is a torque converter. It multiplies torque. And it does that by allowing it to slip in the viscous portion of it so that the input speed and the output speed are not the same. It multiplies the torque on a level of 1.1 to probably 3.5 to 1. I don't know what the modern ones are doing. Then you got a 248 gear, and then you have, in this case, a 430 rear gear. And a couple of things come into play. A Power Glide is real good if you make tons of torque and you've got a kill gear ratio so that you don't overpower the tires, and or if the car is very light, you can get away with a lot less gear ratio. Power Glides are much better in the eighth. Turbo 400s are much better in the quarter mile because you pick up from the eighth mile out, you pick up about 25% more speed on top of what you run through the eighth at. So by having the extra gears, that helps. And as I stumble through this answer, the reason I'm stumbling is because this is a very complex conversation and I'm trying to hit it at a very high level. We're talking about switching over to a Power Glide on the Nova for our 8th mile effort. If you saw the video we had this morning, we were spinning the tires, knocking them off. We're going to, we did one bar change. We had to do another bar change and didn't have enough time. We put more anti-squat into the car, and our next step is actually to get the bite that we put into it to hold longer. So we're going to change the top bars and move them up a hole so that it holds the bite longer. And we're also going to slow down the shock rate. If that doesn't get the tires to stay hooked, we have to seriously talk about a gear ratio change. We may be overpowering the tires. But before we do that, Calvin's already come up with a plan to kill the timing off the line to allow the boost to stay up, but kill the power coming off the line and then ramp it in. So there's a lot of different strategies on how you get a car to come off the line. And if you look at a lot of the technology that's going on, the guys are changing the torque multiplication here and in the rear, depending upon the condition of the track. You may want more. You may want more torque multiplication in your rear and less here on a super greasy track, or vice versa. And that finding that balance comes from a lot of testing, because you have to. You have to make sure that the immediate conditions, you're not making adjustments that could, in the long run, hurt you, to have it much more flexible by managing your power with your engine management and your timing. So I've given you a long-winded non-answer, other than we are thinking about possibly going to the Power Glide on the Nova if we have to, but we think we can adjust our way out of the current tire spin that we have.
Does it fit on the other side? Both?
It should.
Sure. You gotta adjust this one.
Good catch, Mama. Got to hit it fast. There you go. All right. Now try it.
No. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
They're all ducking for cover on the noise output. Only thing noisier than a drill under load is a grinder, and the only thing louder than that is a air compressor when they're trying to have a conversation. All right, so.
All right. Car camp.
Sorry it wasn't a short explanation, John. You know, stroke length has a big impact on your gear ratio selection. If you look at what a lot of the guys are doing on the Street Outlaws or any of those classes, in order to stay up on the converter and keep it in its ideal power range and the engine in the power range, they're actually switching to a 220 first gear ratio, and lowering the rear, keeping the RPM sweep very tight.
Yeah, it's also a durability thing. The 400s tend to last longer.
Down. Down. Good. Okay. Down just a hit. Okay. We need to We need the jack for the transmission, or
You
we
got
need
the-
to push down.
Ready?
Yeah. I need to have my hand here.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Barely bump it. Again.
We're lined up on my side. How about you?
You're on. Just needs to go down just a hint. Yeah. Just double check this thing.
All right. That went smoothly.
Yeah, we made that look as painful as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. It's probably just too high.
Yeah.
Just bump it down.
Ready?
Yep. It's caught up on paint.
Yeah. Get the dip low.
Yep. Everybody's quiet. Yeah, where's everybody from? Don't put it in too far. Nope, we missed.
Here. Oh. You're not even.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it just needs squished.
Went down.
Mm-hmm. There it goes.
It's like magic.
All right.
All right, small town in Missouri. How close to Sykesville are you? Did I say it wrong? Sykeston?
Sykeston.
Sykeston. How close to Sykeston are you?
Where's the dip low? This will go right in.
We clearanced everything by 60 thousandths of an inch. East coast of Florida, down the road in Manchester Township. Ah, we're neighbors.
All right. Engine is installed.
Let's have the weight, Mama. Currently in Virginia. See that piece of metal there on the end? That's it. It's just enough weight to keep the cable from binding up inside the winch. Yes. Before you tighten that down, let's make sure that the transmission is happy.
And I
Where
thought
do we
In
have
case
the
we got
bolts?
in case we got to swing it back and forth.
Here's one of the bolts.
Yeah. We could back this thing up and then let Mama move. Mama's on camera duty today.
Uh-huh.
Is everybody seasick? I mean, how's everybody doing in there?
Just be careful.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay. All right, hang on. You're tangled. Okay,
wires.
you're good.
All right, let's see. When I look it up about 4 to 6 hours away. I don't remember exactly. Bummer. You're on the other side of the state. Because if I remember, Sykeston is relatively close to the Mississippi. We cross into Missouri and find a hotel pretty quick after that.
Is it the front ones or the back ones?
Front. Yes,
I
no.
don't know. I can't.
Okay, we could jack the thing up if we need to.
Yeah, I might need to.
It's better to get that done before we tighten the engine mounts, the frame mounts. All right, I have a 03 Envoy with a 4200. Just real cool to see the engine could do. Oh yeah, we're having fun with these things. They are tough. You know, there's a lot of advantages to a 6-cylinder over a V8. Obviously, we're big V8 fans. We've made lots of power and do lots of neat things with them. And but the 6-cylinder, just by architecture, all the forces going in line vertical, whereas on a V8, you've got three sets of cylinders that have a power stroke overlap. And on a small block Chevy, you have 2.1, 4.3, and 6.5 that hit the crankshaft, and it puts this tremendous load going towards from left, or from, as you look at it, left to right, but block right to left, and then it's immediately followed by the next input from the power stroke, which reverse loads everything in the opposite direction. One of the things that has improved the strength of the LS is the power stroke overlap is on 8.7, 6.5, and 4.3. 1 and 2 don't overlap, so all that stress that most V8s have in the front of the block is moved to the back on the LS. But the LS also has the skirted mains with the 6-bolt mains, and it keeps everything stabilized. On the higher horsepower Chevy engines and the better engines have a 4-bolt main, which doubles the clamping force on the bearings. So as the engine is coming across and you have that power overlap going into the crankshaft, and you're reverse loading the extra bolts for the 4-bolt main is what makes that clamping force better and the bottom end stronger. So on the 6-cylinder, you basically spread your load. You don't have any cylinders that overlap on a common throw. Each cylinder is its own. So all the stresses in the order of the firing order, you have 1, 5, 3, 6, 2, 4, and everything is in that one area. Whereas on the V8, you pound, 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 and it just makes for a very strong architecture. All right, just okay. In order to I'm getting to it, dear. I know when we put the front end on, the front end will slide into these two receivers here and get pinned on, and the top of the fender.
Okay. I couldn't see where he was pointing.
Yep. These receivers is what it slides into, and the top of the fender sits on top of here. That's why if you notice, we can put a lot of weight on our fenders. They're, one, very well built, and two, the inside edge is supported right here, and then the hood comes just inboard of that. All right. It's not far from Poplar Bluff, an hour and a half south of Kansas City. Nice and warm down there. Woo.
All
right,
Jack
just
stands go.
Okay, constant force-a-fee. What's that?
Where did the jack stands go?
I took them outside to get it off the floor. Yes, I know. I'm teasing, honey.
Iron force.
Yes. Ferris. All right, what other questions? We got a neato from Mr. Blacktree. I'll take a jack. Where are you putting them?
I don't know. Here. I don't know if we let's throw that on.
Yep.
This here. It's the spot I can see. All right, ready?
David Howell wants to know what differential are you using in this?
In the Datsun,
Yes.
it's a 9-inch, Ford 9-inch.
With 456 gears.
No, 430.
Okay, 430. There you go.
Yeah. It's a strange spool. They have a bolt, and we'll need a Phillips screwdriver.
Oh, no. I was just following your explanation. That's why I think it's
Got it.
All right, the whole thing's got to go forward.
Just give us a second, Mama.
Yeah, that's why I don't like to tighten the engine bolts until
Yes, no.
nope, not even.
All right.
You have the screwdriver.
No, these are fine.
The front and aft thing. Yes?
No.
Alright, I'm gonna need a bigger pry bar. Let's hook the engine back up. And so what was the question?
No, the constant force, no torus. No torus. He was just.
It's just out.
You were explaining the
Got-
yeah, it was like set constant force.
Gotcha. Yeah, the effect of the power stroke overlap is something that is very very real. It's a lot of force on the block. Block quality and integrity become a very big factor. Here they are. put this under the engine crane and pick up on it?
Um,
Well, we don't have to do that. We just need to loosen
I just need
the.
a seat.
What's that?
I just need a seat. I almost need to jack the back up.
Yep.
If I could just see it, then
Yep. I'll get it. You look pretty in front of the camera. I'll go jack it up.
This light won't stay on.
Why'd you break it?
Did Mom break it again?
See, the light doesn't stay on.
So we have another one that does.
It doesn't stay on.
Okay. David Howe, would the 5-cylinder version of this engine be good for use for different race classes? I'm sure there is a class out there that it would work for. I know, like in land speed racing, that's like right in the middle of two classes. So you're not really, you'd be better off going with the 6-cylinder. But
Or going down to a 4-cylinder.
yeah, or going down to a 4-cylinder, because 4-cylinder would put you in F class. This would be E class, and there's no sense in giving up the
Power.
displacement. Michael Blacktree says, I also prefer even fire engines. That's why I'm leaning towards V6 instead of V8 in my project
Something
car.
slipping or sliding? Made funky noises.
No, the noise came from back there.
Okay. Need 2 jack stands then.
I think you use the lift.
Because I didn't think it would take that long.
Plus there's a stack of parts back here. All right, honey bunny, you answer the next question.
I also prefer even fire engines. That's why I'm using for V6 instead of V8 in my project. When are you expecting
Hang on, Mom.
Oh. How many notches?
I don't know.
All right, let's see if that works.
Okay.
FTW wants to know, when are you expecting first firing on the set?
Oh,
When are we gonna fire up the car?
I don't know. Probably 2 weeks.
I don't know, 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, I'm thinking like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Where'd that light go?
Okay.
Where's that light? Where's the light, Mom?
Paula?
Light? Where's
Yeah.
that other-
These poor guys are getting their ears blown out.
Here you go. This one's right here. Can you see?
Okay. Forward.
Yeah, so let's grab the jack.
What do you want me to do?
Just bring it in next to my head.
But it's holding the car.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Honey,
What's happening?
hold on, Calvin.
Can I let it down here?
Is this in the right spot?
I don't know, I can't. We have to get a jack under it first. But the short answer is it should be. Don't go down too far.
Don't you need a piece of wood for that?
Piece of wood, honey.
This work,
Bigger.
bigger and wider,
Yes.
longer.
The cross member's not tight. Ready? We disappeared.
Not even close. It's like 1/4 inch off.
All right, then we need to loosen. We need a 15 millimeter wrench and a 13 millimeter wrench. We'll loosen the mount
Yeah.
and then bolt it all back together again.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go.
We look like a pair of rookies today, don't we?
Yep. Kink in there.
Can a shallow socket get in there?
It could.
May not want to do that. Just see if you can pry it now that the other side's loose.
Make sure it's good and loose, because
Oh, you know what happened?
is this the wrong mount? Is this the one for the Sunbird or something?
No,
Oh yeah, it's got a lot of slop in it.
it didn't have the trans shield in it, so it spaced it back 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah.
Hello, Overville Automotive. How are you?
Has it got enough thread engagement?
Peyton Mac wants to know, are you using an E85? Are you using E85?
Yeah, that'll be the primary fuel that we use is E85, and then on boost it's going to have it'll have methanol. Mike's right under my chin. Hopefully they heard me. Oh, it's tucked inside my shirt. Maybe they didn't.
Can you let it down a little bit?
Yes. Nope.
Jack it up. Jack it up. Yeah, this is gonna be a nightmare. Alright, we're gonna have
All right, as long as it's centered up, we'll just fix it later.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just fix it later.
Okay. That one bolt was in though.
Yeah, I mean I can get it in. Okay.
Car camp wants to know, do you fancy using
Yeah, I've used that before. Works fine. Is that what he's asking?
Yeah.
Oh, am I going to? No. No, we'll just use the ECU and have it read the map sensor, and I'll just set a threshold in the ECU.
Going in. All right, we're gonna have to slot the cross member. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna go on the motor just to know what other ARs is on the car.
Don't know. The front end came out of a street rod that was getting modified, and the guy junked it. And when it was pulled out of the car, he had just torch cut things and really made a mess of it. So I was able to take all the parts and fix them all, and have absolutely no idea where that who manufactured it originally.
Because it looks pretty beefy.
It's pretty stout. It being for a street rod, it definitely was built for the road. We had put it in this and anticipated that the primary use of the car was going to be land speed racing, and you want everything to be very heavy duty in land speed racing. So I didn't take any effort to try and reduce the weight on it. Then after we decided to take this car to Sykeston, we've been working steadily on taking weight out of the car. So it's the original frame rails on the car come all the way up to the front here. You can see the original bolts and flanges where the cross member, you don't need to move it, where the original cross member bolted in and went. And then this car originally had struts. So the original frame is still in here, and then the street rod portion of the front end, I modified it to have this piece of box tubing and then welded it to the top and then reinforced it underneath.
And he was asking in reference to his job. Of course, Michael Electric says, of course, Calvin has used a hot switch.
Yeah.
That's funny. Did you get it, Fuzz?
Yeah, it just went. So I don't know. It's folded up. So
Well, if we got to slot the cross member, we will.
yeah, I mean it just tightened up. So I'm going with it.
Okay.
I just tighten the mount to the transmission back up. So
So it's done?
Yeah.
Good. All right, let me pull that out.
Ugh. Okay, that wasn't fun.
Okay, so all of these bolts need to be just loosen these up, and then we'll tighten everything
Okay.
together. Oh, I know another one of those annoying sounds. Jacks with the squealing wheels when you try and move them.
Okay. Thanks.
Justin Griffin says, is that a V8?
No. That is an inline six.
It's a Vortex 4600.
Yeah, out of a Trailblazer. Okay, everything's loose, so I'm going to tighten this.
Yeah. Just make sure the frame mounts are all loose when you do it.
What do you mean?
These bolts.
Yeah, they're loose.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
RPM says I got an eBay 380 LPH for hydro drive.
Yep.
The Magna Fuel 625 for my get up and go. I was going to run it off the hobby.
Yeah, that should work. Yeah, that should work fine. Just make sure you got a check valve on your primary, your first stage, because, your second stage pump, you're going to need a check valve because when your first pump is flowing, you don't want it to backflow through your secondary pump. All right, coming down.
Let's mumbo.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to tighten all these back up.
Yep. All right, I'll go get the exhaust manifold.
ProCharge Mopar says,
Thumbs up and muscle.
yeah, he leaves that comment on like every single one of our videos. It's always fun to see.
One-way check valves are important. Yes, they
Yes,
are.
they are. Yeah, some fuel pumps have them built in. Like a Walbro 450 has the check valve built in, so you don't even have to worry about it. But some fuel pumps, you're not so lucky. I know my station wagon, I have a Walbro or a Bosch 044 style, 380 liter per hour pump for my primary pump. Sorry, no, I have a Walbro 450 for my primary, and then my secondary is a Bosch 044 style pump, and I had to put a check valve on it.
Ooh. Ah. This thing's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It needs shown off.
Go find a gasket.
Okay. Do you got the anti-seize up here?
It should be on the bench over there.
Okay.
Okay.
And says, honestly, didn't think about that. I found a check valve on the main line to the rail right after.
Okay.
Yeah, you need the check valve just on your secondary pump. Or else it'll backflow through your secondary pump. The flow will just go right back through it.
Okay. Has this got the same exhaust bolts as LS?
Yeah.
Build automotive says, my little pretty header.
What's he say?
He just was commenting about the header.
Yep.
Loco
16.
Says that, oh, it's worth of art.
Thank you.
And RPM says, look at me over here, getting wet. He's learning. I'm always happy to see any channel that's got Boost or builds Mopar.
We've had a couple Hemis here, but we've not put them together. We ended up selling them all before we put them together. One of these days, we're going to have a Hemi in here, and we're going to have fun with it.
And Nissan 8, we have video says, nice handball. What turbos are you guys playing?
They are these little dudes. I think they're called 3582s. They're just little guys. Wee little fellers. And we're water cooling them. And no, they don't go wee.
They don't?
No, they go.
Oh, close enough.
Goofball.
John Fiore says, as a Sunday in the shop is a tradition in the family, or do since the YouTube
Now we work making money Monday to Saturday, and we do our this stuff on Sundays. This is non-paying work, so we this is our fun stuff.
We've always worked on Saturdays and Sundays out in the shop. All right. So much for that bright new shiny part. All right. We're getting closer to making progress. Two. I need 11 of these dudes. 3, 4. Calvin's looking for a gasket. I'm gonna prep the bolts by throwing some anti-seize at them, and then we'll start putting parts together. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and there should be one bolt out already. Where did I put it? Doesn't matter, I'll find another one. That'll work right there. All right, what other questions? Let's see. I run a body shop Monday to Friday and nearly every night, and weekend I'm either working on my Mustang or doing extra credit for the boss. Well, I understand that. I've got...
Oh, okay.
I'll start feeding you bolts.
Okay. What turbos are you guys planning?
I showed it. That's a 3582, right?
Yeah, GT 3582.
Yep, I showed it to him.
Okay.
Here's one, and it's kind of overdone, but...
All right. That might be too long, but we're gonna see.
Okay, let me know now, because this is what came out of it.
I know that's not what came out of it, but those are oil pan bolts. But
Oh,
it doesn't matter. They're the same thread.
do you want to use the shorter ones or these?
Well, the longer the better. Just gotta find a tool to help me install it. Where do we have? There it is. Whatever.
Tell them about the issue with getting t-shirts?
No.
We got bad news the other day. Our t-shirt supplier can't get t-shirts, so
Those will work.
we were talking about having those available soon, thinking that that was going to happen, and it didn't happen. So as soon as we get the t-shirts available, we'll let everybody know. But unfortunately, they will work. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have them as quickly as we had hoped. Did you reach out to the guy who paid for his shirt?
No.
We need to let him know. We had a young man stop by and visit us at Midwest and gave us a business card and money for a t-shirt, and here we are looking like a bunch of numbskulls not able to deliver. But everybody's being affected by the supply chain.
The Loco 16 wonders if we'll need a mount brace at the top with the engine being so tall.
No.
Nope.
Nover Built Automotive says, I got a 1968 464 to pull apart smokes. Or smokes probably rusty cylinder or broken ring. Who knows? It is a rebuild that sat 25 years with very low mileage, going in my 77 4x4 350 rollback.
Nice. Just remember, a 68 block is a low deck, not the later engines are taller decks. What are they? What, 0.2 of an inch taller, I think, and that's part of how they lowered the compression on them. But the 68 block is a low deck on a 460 and a 429.
68 only.
No, 69 and 70 are taller decks too.
Overbuild Automotive says he wants a t-shirt.
Yeah.
I'll get a
We're
t-shirt
trying.
ASAP.
We're trying.
We are trying. We're going to try a different vendor this week. Unfortunately, the guy that we were trying to use prints a certain style of printing on his shirt, and he's not able to. Doesn't want to do it a different way, and yeah. Long story short, we just can't get T-shirts right now because he can't get the T-shirts. So, yeah.
They're nicer t-shirts.
Yeah, they're nice. They're super nice. We wanted to have a real nice T-shirt for everybody to really enjoy because I love living in a T-shirt. Call me a big kid. All right, I wasn't born into money, but I live in the greatest country in the world that allows me to the right to work till my back gives out. So I'm going to. Yeah, I'm having problems getting parts for the product. Oh yeah, it's unbelievable. We every single customer vehicle we had this year was delayed by a material delay. I did not know that load deck thing. I think I heard him right. That is correct. On the early big block Fords, they had a lower deck, and the later blocks had a taller deck. So I think the year of transition was from 70 to 71, but now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been from 71 to 72 when they went from the shorter deck to the taller deck. But what it is they raised the top of the deck, and I'm 90% sure they used the same pistons. They just killed the compression ratio with deck height. Yep. Yeah, you definitely want to learn about that, because if you're going for a performance engine, you want to make sure that you get the right piston to get your quench area right. And you want to bring that piston right up to the top of the cylinder bore. So you've got to be careful on the 460 and the 429s. Boy, there's a memory out of yesteryear. I haven't had one of those things in 3 decades. All right, are you doing the intake after that, or what's the plan? We got to throw turbos on this thing. Everybody can see this side of the car.
Yeah.
That way we can feel cool about ourselves, because we got turbos. Air compression good. Took mess here to find good head casting. Yeah, it's I can understand that. I remember we used to everybody used to race to the junkyards when something would come in and look for those dove heads and try and get the better castings. Still planning to be at Beaver this coming Saturday. We're not sure. We won't know probably until Tuesday. Well, till probably Thursday this week. Unfortunately, I gotta go to a viewing on Tuesday, and young guy passed away of a heart attack. 56 years old. That is so young. But yeah, I don't know yet on the trip to Beaver. All right. Say something cool and noble, Calvin. That's not what they had in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these are going to be German spec.
What's that?
Some of these are going to be German spec.
You need help?
Good and tight.
You need a swivel socket, or?
That's what I got.
No, you got, okay. That thing's cool, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right. Sorry to hear. Hope to see you if you do. Yeah, we would definitely like to meet up with you. So, yeah, very sad. Anytime somebody that young passes, that is very sad. All right. I'm going to run inside real quick. I'll be right back. My best friend passed away in December from a stroke. Losing a loved one is never easy. No, it's not. No, it's not. And it's a sobering reminder for us all to cherish each other and take care of each other and respect each other. And that's we don't know if we're going to be here for 90 or 19 years. It's loss is loss, and it's sad. Sorry to hear you lost your friend. All right, I'm gonna run in real quick. So, no, I want to turn it off so that nobody hears me peeing.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll be back. Hang on a second. Junk, junk, junk. Cool. Cool. Whatever. Junk, 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 junk. Can't find my tools. Maybe I can get it this way. Yep. Got it. Haha.
What do you need, an extension?
I don't know. I'm just gonna use a wrench. Ugh. Okay.
The low-cost 16s of yeah. What's wrong with that? We already heard every possible running voice known to man. Being is nothing. So,
Yeah.
what do you torque those bolts
18 pounds weight.
at? 18 pounds each.
And then the ones I can't get at with the torque wrench are just German spec. Yeah, good and tight.
Good and tight.
Mhm. Yes.
German.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Calvin?
Okay. Good enough. All right, let's put some turbos on. Yeah.
Hey, which one goes in
I don't know. I needed this for a reason. Well, I gotta go get gaskets. Oh,
Brian Hall says, wouldn't you need check valves on both fuel pumps?
no.
Or if you already have them?
I didn't, but no, you don't, because the first one's just gonna turn on. You don't. The first one's already gonna be flowing, so it's already gonna have, fuel flowing through it, and assuming your pump isn't like a whole lot bigger than the your secondary pump is like, assuming your secondary pump isn't like ridiculously sized compared to your primary pump and it overwhelms it, you don't need a check valve.
You only need one check valve.
Yeah.
More important, which one?
Yeah, it needs to be on your secondary one because your primary one's always going to be flowing. And then your secondary one is going to be sitting there, and then, you don't want it to backfeed, the primary to backfeed through the secondary. Because most pumps aren't well, one, you can just spin it backwards and it'll flow backwards if you're overcome it. And yeah.
She needs to learn how to cut a light.
I'm getting better at it. But right now, I have to drive my truck to the racetrack to race it because my truck broke down. So,
Oh, you think I'm going to start towing your truck to
It's
the
not.
track when it gets fixed?
no, because we're going to bring another car. Right?
Probably.
Yeah, Mama.
We'll have 3 cars racing at one time.
Yeah.
Well, Mama's truck's never raced without being driven to a track, except for the first day at Edgewater. But every time since that time, she drove 100 miles to Beaver. What 2 weeks ago? Yeah.
Yep. And it did great.
Yeah. Let's see. Hey.
Did we get a burnout in today's stream?
Not today.
Not today.
Obviously not the car you are working on.
Oh.
Mom could back the truck up and do a burnout.
Yeah, I could do except I don't have the right tires on.
You got tires on it. You can turn them. I see how many people we could get to tune in to watch Mom do burnouts.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go dig out gaskets.
Okay.
Do you know where the boxes went?
Right above your head.
And those have the gaskets in them?
I wouldn't know where they're at if they're not in there.
Okay, because we had 2 brand new boxes with turbos that those came out of.
Yep.
And
I would check that box right there first.
okay, they should have the gaskets in them.
And then the other one is in that plastic bag right there.
Okay, well, we had 2 boxes that those came out of.
Yep.
So unless we consolidated all the gaskets into this box,
Thought
which,
we had done that.
well, that's a billet turbo. So that's one of the ones off the
The Nova.
Nova.
One brand is happy that we're hard at work. We don't want to see us. And that overbuilt automotive said, just wanting to look at 460 head casting numbers.
There they are.
And they are,
I found.
No, they're just older than the Dove
God.
heads.
Hey,
Um,
you can tell her. Hey, everybody,
the
tell my
Dove
mom and
was
dad I
just
found
the
them.
easy one to remember. I think the C9s are good heads too. They're just not as readily available. Excuse me. Shouldn't race your daily. I learned the hard way. That's a fact.
Did they tell you?
yeah, but an LS3 is
they
needs
didn't
to be run, so.
I told them to tell you that I found them.
Ask what?
I told them to tell you that I found them. I probably didn't wait that long.
Right?
They're supposed
LS3
to-
engines are good to drive there and then race them. And they're
Oh,
really
absolutely.
good engines.
Yeah.
They're good engines.
And that thing's a rocking piece. You know, it's going 1240 in a 4,000-pound truck. That's cool. And gets 17 miles to the gallon getting there and back. Okay,
You don't have to take it easy on them.
Okay, which one's which?
we've got it toned down for you there, sweetie.
Well,
You're safe.
it runs well. Good well, so.
She's going 108 miles an hour. The first time she went racing ever. Oh, I put it away. That's why I can't find it.
Do you know which one's which?
Yeah, the one that was
Which
sitting
one's
in
shiny?
front is the front, and the one sitting in the back is the back.
Okay. All right, found the gaskets.
Just don't tighten it all the way until we put the exhaust pipe on it.
Okay.
And then we'll slam it down.
Oh, look. Focus on performance. Customer service card. Ooh. It's a genuine Chinese turbo.
That's thanks.
Wow. I feel so special. Wow, it's a genuine Chinese turbo. That's incredible.
Okay, what do we need for bolts, or do you have them all?
Right there.
Okay. Nut and bolt or threaded? Threaded.
You're right.
Well, it's a good thing I'm good looking. As everybody goes for the toilet. Whoa! At least I'm good looking for somebody, huh?
Alright, bolt in there.
These kids didn't just hatch.
I broke the mold on the computer floor.
Okay, put some on that one.
Michael Blacktree says, good thing it's a genuine Chinese turbo instead of an knockoff.
Yeah, that's my point. That's the joke I was trying to make.
It's a real thing, not fake.
Yeah, a real Chinese turbo.
Real Chinese turbo.
I think that's how it went.
Doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't.
That looks a whole lot better.
That looks more like it.
Did you forget?
Well, I thought I had placed them front to back, but
Okay, well, I can look at a picture.
yeah.
See which ones. So there's a shiny turbo and a not shiny turbo.
Oh, that's a good point. Yep.
Okay.
You need that bolt.
No, it's lost forever.
Not it.
It's lost forever.
Oh,
All right.
it's underneath the car.
No, I found it.
How many other guys have turbos out there that are watching? You need a turbo on that 460. That's a fact.
There you go.
Big power. 1,000 horsepower to the front. You gonna look up your picture first?
Oh, I forgot to put the gloves on. Ah. Hang on, guys. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I'm sorry.
They even give you gloves.
Yeah,
Rubber.
All right. Sorry, guys.
They could keep warm.
No, it's to keep your hands clean. They're genuine Chinese turbos, Mom. Get with the
complete with
program.
gloves.
Oh my gosh, these
Yep,
are so small.
It may have a turbo. Most likely will. Cool. That's what I want to hear.
Well,
Big
they're a little
blocks
small,
with
but
big turbos.
all right. I got my gloves on. Now my hands won't get dirty.
Would a new Russian-made turbo be better or worse than a new Chinese turbo?
Ooh.
John Moss wants to know.
We're boycotting the Russians too, so we only have these Chinese turbos because they've been around for a long time.
We ever had a Russian turbo?
I don't know, but
Do they make Russian turbo?
I don't care,
Probably.
but we ain't buying them either way.
yeah, what they're doing to the Ukrainian people is just unbelievable.
Turloco 16 says I probably missed this part on the header build with the header been 3 cylinders into 1 turbo.
Yep.
Are the pulses on the firing order going to be okay?
Yes. Yeah, the firing order on a 6-cylinder is 1, 5, 3, 6, 2, 4. So every other pulse is going into the front turbo, and every other pulse is going into the back turbo. Will you take those gloves off?
I gotta do it right.
Okay, will you take those?
I gotta
Turnhead.
follow the instructions.
All right, probably. Miss.
Keep its hands warm. Hold it.
I'm gonna go get the exhaust, and that way that gets bolted on, and you can
Alright.
tighten
Then I
everything.
can take them off.
Here,
Now check your picture and make sure you got them on
Gotta
right.
make sure that my hands don't get dirty.
you could watch
Gotta make
them
sure.
and use them again.
Gotta make sure my hands don't get dirty. It's always the funniest thing. Why do they come with gloves?
But the Chinese don't like to put their hands on.
I guess. I don't know.
Ooh, ah.
Mhm. All right.
Michael Blackberry is talking to Turtle An inline 6-cylinder, the exhaust pulses on front 3 and back 3 are evenly spaced.
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh, oh, I'm too close.
Yeah.
You
Also,
gotta zoom out.
Gotta zoom out. Ding, 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 ding. Check that out. That's hot. That's hot. All right. Quit showing off.
Okay.
It's time to get to work, boy. Excuse me. You did check the picture, right?
No.
You gonna goop them with
Yeah, I'm trying to get
okay.
installed so that.
Very cool. This is so cool. I feel like a big kid every time we do stuff like this.
Mhm. All right.
All right. That's gonna have to be held up when it goes to get tightened. Burr. 3 plus 3. Hopefully it doesn't sound like a V6 though.
No, with this merge it won't.
I'm picking on the person that's working on the even fire V6.
Oh,
Trying to
and
be
Cameron's
funny.
sounds good.
Yes.
Yeah, Cameron's 3.6 sounds really good. It's got a good sound to it. But,
Nice rumbly sound.
Mhm. But most V6s don't.
JTNW says inline sixes also sound cool with split headers and dual stops.
I don't agree, but to each their own.
Well,
I think they sound weird. They sound like 2 3-cylinders, and I like the.
he might like that sound.
Hey, if you like it, that's all. You know, that's cool.
The most important thing.
Well, the CEO says my RV25 sounds wonderful.
That's good. I'm sure it does.
Mine sounds like a tractor with glass packs.
Yeah.
uh,
Michael Blacktree says I have split headers and a dual exhaust on my BMW. And it sounds like a swarm of angry bees at high RPM.
Well, those probably rev high enough that it probably does sound okay, but I don't know, the dual exhaust on an inline 6, I haven't heard anything that I liked. But if that's what gets your goat, then more power to you.
The CEO says I would rather have an Atlas in my 240 SX.
yes,
Oh.
you would.
He loves the channel, man. Love the channel, man. Makes me miss my dad seeing it all wrenching.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I miss my dad.
I miss my dad too. Terribly.
Love 16 says I'm a rotary fan. I prefer the sound of no piston.
I like the way they sound too, but my dad doesn't like hearing that, so.
Overbuilt Automotive says mine is a 300 LX 2JZ inline 6. Sounds great, even better when I take 2 spark plugs out and try it. Then it starts with his eyes smiling.
Well, that doesn't sound right.
Did you gonna do some street racing style with car that you own?
No.
Used to. Wouldn't even think about it anymore.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the street racing stuff. I'd rather go fast, and in order to go fast, you need prep surfaces. I mean, I like doing the occasional burnout and, short pull on the street, but most of the time you can't get the traction you need, and so it's just kind of put the smile on your face, but I just don't, it's just not my thing. I know a lot of people enjoy it a lot, and, more power to them.
Where's the front waste gate?
I don't know, but we're going to have to find the fire ring. There's one sitting over there by the engines. Over there by the engines. And the other.
Did you check the spring and all that on them?
Nope.
Excuse me.
Yep. The street racing thing is going wild just because of TV, but it's just not what I find interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting trying to make things work on limited prep. I think that is interesting, trying to manage power and getting things to go as fast as they can go. That's interesting, but most races that are out there, they don't give you an opportunity to do any testing. Everything's off the trailer, and I'm just not interested in off the trailer type events, because if I can't test and develop some sort of tune-up without paying in $500 for a race, then no thanks.
Well, Overbuilt Automotive says that we need 2 rod lawn mowers for around the house racing, dad versus son. And then he says, and mom too.
Yeah. No, well, we keep our tow vehicles stock. We keep our lawnmower stock.
Except we take off
Yeah, the thing that kills the.
yeah.
Yeah, I was on the job the other day, and they were picking on me because I'm driving a Calvin's car, a 4-cylinder Cobalt, and the one guy's just making comments, and I looked at him and I was like, the car at home has 1,000 horsepower. What do you want?
We took the lawnmower has a button that you have to push when you back up.
Well, you have to turn off the mower deck to go backwards.
Yeah.
It's stupid. So every time you're running the mower deck and you want to go backwards, it stalls. So I disabled that feature.
I don't see it.
Well, no, you have to turn off the mower deck to go backwards, and that by pushing that button, you're turning the mower deck off. Yeah, that's what that button does, Mama.
Okay. I like it better without.
Yes, me too.
So what those 16 says, yeah, I'm out of the street and not going to risk my car in some garage or garbage room.
Yep.
You mentioned probably getting stabbed or shot before even getting the race.
Yeah.
All for a few $100. It's not worth it. I
Yeah.
agree. It's not worth it, and it's more dangerous.
Well, there's lots of ways to do it legally. There's lots of ways to do it legally, and it's maybe not.
I have no idea where it's at.
What are you looking for?
That wastegate.
It's sitting right next to the big blocks.
Oh, that one.
Mm-hmm.
That one was off the Sunbird, not off this.
Nope.
We had one for this car.
Okay, well, the one that's sitting there by the big blocks will work fine.
Okay.
And that's not off the Sunbird. We never had a 50 millimeter on the Sunbird. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the weight sensor on the seat too, because my dad used to want my brother and I to mow the lawn, but the weight sensor on the seat was too light, so it would shut off when my brother and I would get on. So my dad just took a vice grip and clamped the weight sensor, and what do you know? Now it runs all the time. Yeah.
That's the only one off the near the big blocks.
Yep, that's the one.
And this came off the Sunbird.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Because
That
we
came
already
off the Fairmont.
we had the
Came off the Fairmont. That's why it's all oily.
what happened to the one that was on here?
I don't know. That one came off the Futura.
I'm looking.
And we need to tear them apart, see what springs are in them, make sure that they're Loctited.
Yep.
So, you can bolt it on, but it's going to be temporary.
No, we need to do that now
Okay.
because we got to put the tailpipes on and the whole 9 yards.
All right. Now, I know that one's Loctited because that was the first one that we did.
It's not here.
What you doing, Calvin?
I'm tightening up the turbo.
The turbo. Studebaker. 6-cylinder. Turbo.
No bad crowd. We that. Some 4200 athletes versus J series Honda.
Chase, they sound so terrible. I'm just not a fan of them. They just sound, they sound like a weed. Just, I mean, to each their own, but it's just not my thing. They're just, ugh.
It's got to be someplace obvious. Right there's the 2 down pipes.
Ooh, buddy.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. We found it.
Okay, so we don't have any fire rings. Is what I think I heard you say.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find them. Because this one has one.
Okay, but we got to take that one off.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good.
Where's the shorter stool? Oh. Yep, that's it. Okay, yeah, fire rings. I'm going to work on the intake.
Now what are we doing?
Looking for a razor knife.
Hey, you're on.
Cool. Let me know if any questions come up.
No. Last one was I love to see you compare some 4200 versus J series on Calvin. J series.
I think he likes the K series.
J series?
Yeah,
What's the difference?
I don't know. I just hear him talking about them.
How do you know how many are good?
Gotta look at your phone. But there's been as many as 72 people, and I think we're either 42 or 32. I forget what I just saw. Yeah, that was a lot of people. It is a lot of people. I don't know. I think they all jumped off when we said we got to care about each other. All right, the J Series V6 is a good engine, but tends to sound buzzy. All right. Yeah, I'm a whole lot less concerned about sound and way more concerned about power output.
Yeah.
Call me old-fashioned.
Yeah, I care a whole lot about sound because I gotta listen to it.
Well, you've always been.
I've always been worried about what it sounds like.
Well, you never liked music class.
No. Well, that's because they made you sing. I hate singing. All right.
Well, Dane says stuff. That's his name. Do you fellas cut your intake gaskets by hand for your board?
Yeah, grab the gasket on top of the roof of the car.
Here's one.
Yep.
Cut out.
Cut that last night, anticipating we'd make good progress. Instead, we looked like a bunch of knuckleheads trying to get the transmission torque converter in. But we haven't lost you yet, so.
Right over here, right?
Yes, dear.
Yes.
You got it upside down and backwards. There you go.
That figures.
Of course. Go ahead.
Of course.
See that? Ooh. Come on, that's your job is to ooh and ah. That's right.
There you go.
Okay.
Go in there. McAllister's birthday. Dane says so. Damn, that looks really nice for a hand cut.
Thank you. I've cut a few of them in my day. That was a skill we had to learn in Boy Scouts. That's a joke.
It's so funny.
Once upon a time, we had to cut our own gaskets, honey bunny. That's not a joke.
Were you ever in Boy Scouts?
Yes, I was. I was a good Cub Scout. I always had my pocket knife with me.
Kathleen,
Hmm.
this means that
Huh?
give us a hug next.
Don't know. Do you got a moderator on there?
No. All right, this one's already been Loctited.
Melissa McAllister says, do you use the same oil pressure fitting as the LS 5.3?
The same what?
Same
Oil pressure fitting.
No.
I don't think so.
No, we take the fittings out of the Atlas and modify them and put them back in.
And the one fitting in the. What do you mean? You have battery? Come on. There we go.
What were you going to say, Tommy?
The one fitting in the front of the engine right off the oil filter has a weird thread. It's like M16 by 2 instead of M16 by. The LS thread is like M16 by 1.5 or something.
I gotta make noise.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah, so the one thread in the front of the engine is like M16 by 2 or something, and it's a weird, like, coarse thread thing. And so you got to be a little bit careful with that one, but.
You telling them what you're doing there, buddy? On the Loctite or on the?
What is the hissing sound? Okay.
Might have been out of the.
Okay.
So what are you doing?
Well, this wastegate's junk. The threads are stripped out of it, but what I'm trying to do is I'll show you in a second. It's easier to show you. Okay, so you take apart your wastegate.
Did you use Ultra Black for a reason?
No,
Because we got blue RTV.
I just used whatever I found.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the problem. If you watch today's video, this is one of the problems that we ran into. These little set screws in here, they will back out and fall out under vibration. So what we do is we take those guys out and we Loctite them, and then we put them back in. And that's just to keep it from shaking itself loose when we're running down the track, because it's usually bad news when that happens.
They're stuck with me. I can say silly things, trying to embarrass the boy. I don't know. They got to ask a funny question, and I've got to give a funny answer. Oh, too late.
Also, if you run Chinese wastegates, you always carry a spare,
Always.
because they are prone to fail. I mean, we've had good luck with them, but they're cheap enough. You carry a spare.
Here's the gas.
And make sure you don't set your boost cut to 90 pounds of boost. Unless you're running that much boost, then, well, you know, have a ball. Okay.
Uh-oh, the monster disappeared. Now we can talk about her. Oh, she's back.
I'll be back.
Oh.
Just freeze.
You, can you bring drinks up?
Okay. What do you want, Cal?
Water.
Do 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 do. All right, what happened to the small drill?
I don't know. All right, this wastegate's junk.
Okay, which one's that?
It's got stripped screws. It's just
Oh, no kidding.
junk.
That's brand new.
Nope.
Or is that
This
the one
one's
from the
been-
blowout?
I mean, that's been run quite a bit.
Okay, which one has the stripped screws in? Okay.
Yeah, it's a parts wastegate at this point.
We got the drill bits. Yeah. Hiding in plain sight.
Okay.
All right, we are ready to go on the intake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm assuming it's these bolts.
They're cut off. It's the ones, well, you're just going to have to try. I don't remember. Alright.
How many of them are cut off?
Yeah, some of them are like cut off. Okay. With them Chinese wastegates, a lot of times I find myself drilling yeah, they always seem to strip. Michael Blacktree says, I was going to ask about drilling them out. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of not worth the time. They're so cheap. And you can buy these things for like $40 on eBay. So it's like kind of not worth the time. You just buy another one. All right. Is anybody watching anymore?
Yeah, it's 32 or 33 people right now.
Okay. Yeah.
It was as high as 72.
Wow. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. I know this is kind of boring to watch at the moment, but if you have any questions or comments, make sure you leave them. We'll be happy to answer them.
They demand answers, Calvin.
Yeah. Okay.
I bet the guy with the 460 was surprised I knew something about 460s.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The other thing to check are these screws. These screws down in here. Sometimes I've gotten them where like the thing shows up in the mail and they're not even tight. So just double check that they're actually tight. Because if boost leaks out of there, you're gonna make boost, lots of boost. Yeah, that one's tight. All right, so that one's good. So, all right, I'm also gonna spring this up. I'm gonna put 2 springs in it. Should be about
1,000 horsepower.
well, it's definitely not gonna be 1,000 horsepower, but
Come on, man.
it's probably gonna be
You're holding back on me.
12 pounds of boost. So Probably 500 horsepower or so.
Back up to 36. You want to take 2 minutes? Throw this thing on.
Hang on a second. Alright, that one's ready. Ready? Did you get bolts?
They're on top of the valve cover.
Okay.
Ready? I don't like the way that came out. But...
Forward, down, forward.
Oh, it's popping off.
Down.
Is the camera in this direction?
No. Back. Down.
That's strange.
Yeah. All right, Alicia and Anthony can't wait for the Atlas 4-cylinder build. Yeah, we're excited about it too.
We have a grand plan.
Mm-hmm. Have to go with that with the Dremel.
Yep.
All right. JTNW, have you ever adapted a rack and pinion to a straight axle or seen it done? I have seen kits available online, but having a setup like that might have issues staying attached to the steering shaft.
Yes, that's the problem. And the telescoping shafts that they used to sell with them, they don't do that anymore. Your better bet is to use a street rod style rack. We've got one up here. I'll show you that in a few minutes here. Let me get these bolts in. There's one that's sold for a street rod that allows for a cross steer and much, much safer. The guys who try and put them on the car and then take them to the axle and create a disaster of a steering mess.
That's what
because
Nick Pliniak did.
yes, and what happens is the Ackerman goes in the wrong direction if you frame mount your rack, And
You're gonna have
you get
tremendous amounts
into
of
a
bump steer.
when you get into any kind of a roll rotation, it makes a steering mess. And the Ackerman, it gets so bad that it'll roll the outboard tire to the turn too sharp, and that can cause a vehicle to flip over. I always prefer on a straight axle to go with cross steer. There's a whole lot less bump with it because you can tie everything. Don't make it too tight until we are sure where we got this to go. You can put it on the steering arm and put a panhard bar on it with it, and everything tracks side to side together. If you put it onto a leaf spring, you will introduce a little bit of bump steer, but far less in most cases than any other arrangement. If you use a drag link with a pitman arm, you can certainly make that work, but then it becomes limited by whether you've got a front shackle or a rear shackle, and I prefer a rear shackle. That way you got more compliance with the suspension going over a bump, and it's less harsh of a ride. We've actually got a segment that we talked about that in one of the videos on the 54 Studebaker.
It's just gonna have to get
Drilled.
drilled.
Okay, which direction? Towards the back?
Yeah.
Okay.
And down a little, I think. Yeah, there's just, I don't know what happened.
And it's so slight, too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, this had our engine had broken bolts in it. You don't suppose that, yeah. We have the got the intake. Yeah, it's going right here.
Yeah,
Yep. I think it is.
looks crooked to me.
Yeah, it does. But it was going straight a second ago.
All right.
I'll grab that steering rack. I need a 10 millimeter socket though. Thank you.
Yeah, so straight axle on a steering rack on a straight axle. Yeah, that's part of the reason why, well, most likely why Nick Pluniak wrecked the Dirty 30. Because he had the steering rack mounted on the chassis and the, you know.
The car roll rotated.
Yeah, if the,
roll rotated.
yeah, if you think about it, your links are going like this on the rack, and your straight axle is going like this, so it's going to induce bump steer. Melissa McAllister, do you know what thread a GM 3.6 liter T oil pressure switch? I'm going to do an oil pressure check, but can't find the adapter. I don't know that off the top of my head. Sorry. It's over there. It's over there. See the bracket?
Yep, I see it now. Must be nice to be tall.
Yeah, I know on his later build, he mounted the rack onto the straight axle, and then he had a telescoping steering shaft.
Notorious to fail. All right, so this is a cross steer rack, and you mount this to the frame, and then you run this tie rod over to the steering rod over to the steering arm on the right side, and you tie the two sides together with your tie rod between the two steering arms on each side. And then this will ride with the car, go up and down, and because it's so long, it has very little bump steer input. So that's the piece you want if you want to put rack and pinion on a straight axle.
No Torres says, dang, that's a lot of work you guys have accomplished. Yeah,
Not yet.
we're getting there.
Okay. What you doing?
I'm gonna jack the wastegate up so that I can get the thing installed.
Did you tighten down the intake?
What?
Did you tighten down the intake?
No.
I did not either.
Okay.
Is that in the right spot?
Ish. Okay.
Tell me when.
Go. Stop.
And you got the fire ring in there?
Uh-huh. Okay.
That thing's gonna try and kick out. Was that enough?
That's all it means.
Wow.
It's not a heavy spring. It's just hard to squish with your
Who makes that rack? I don't know, but I would check Speedway first. The
Good.
got it?
Yep.
Okay. Speedway is really good at supporting street rod type builds and front end type stuff. They are my first source. Okay, I've been following Nick's build. Pretty interesting how he has 4-link front axle. Yeah, 4-link front axle is very common for a street rod. They've been using that arrangement since the early 60s. Yeah, I think what he's Richard doing Holdner's channel, and he said Calvin knows everything about Ameribera 4200s.
Yeah.
Richard has been a great supporter. We've developed a great friendship. We think very highly of him. He has been very kind and some of the things he's shared with us, and yeah, it's a good guy. Mm-hmm. Speedway is where I got my 3-inch drop axle. Good choice.
Yeah, Speedway.
So you know everything about 4200s.
No.
What do you mean? Richard said you do.
Well, I know a lot, but I don't know everything, that's for sure.
Oh, man, you're letting me down. Here, I was bragging you up in public.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably know a lot more than a lot of other people, but...
Before you do that, what do you want this intake torque to?
I guess 106 inch-pounds is what...
106
inch-pounds.
Okay. My son knows everything about something. There's a proud papa moment.
Yeah, Speedway is one of my favorite companies. I can always, there's always something interesting on there. It's always like, a Torrington bearing that, nobody else has, or, they have some spherical bearing that it's just, they have such a neat
They're problem
selection of,
solvers.
yeah, it's just like, and a lot of stuff I can just page through their catalog and like come up with ideas for stuff.
Okay. Inch pound torque wrench is
Staring at it.
it's
right
red.
there on the
Got it.
table.
Something on top of it. I couldn't see it. Oh no! All right.
May even already be set.
It's 90 plus 16.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how this works?
Yep.
Okay.
Dave just tuned in.
Who's that? Dave.
Dave. Hey, Dave. He says, "Man, I thought you'd have it running by now."
Yeah, we had a little setback.
Yeah. We're getting there. It's not going to be today, though.
Oh, the monster's back.
Yeah, but I'm not staying long.
You could go get a jacket.
You're not doing what?
I'm not staying there long if I'm freezing.
You could get a jacket.
How can you be freezing in here? It's 75 degrees.
It's cold.
Ugh.
Thanks,
Wah,
Mom.
wah, wah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I have a short 10 millimeter socket, please?
It's going to be
No.
in the toolbox, Mom. Excuse me.
Okay. Hi, y'all. Look good so far.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
sir.
Dave. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming together. Slowly but surely.
Here you go. Here's 10 millimeter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Need to buy them 10 millimeters by the dozen. Yes,
Yeah.
Calvin already did once.
Yeah.
You did?
Could you bring us
Yeah, a long time ago.
food?
Yeah, I'm hungry too.
Could you bring us food, please? Whatever you bring.
What
Yeah.
pizza?
I could order it, yeah.
Yeah, how about
Do
pizza?
that? Okay, I'm gonna order pizza then.
Who wants pizza?
All right, what toppings do you guys want? All right, I'll order pizza, Mom.
Good.
Time, listen to you.
Your brother has his leftovers.
Oh,
He's having
having his fish stew. What pizza toppings do you guys like? Come on, let's hear them.
pepperoni, ham and pineapple,
No.
You must all run to the fridge at the same time.
Yeah. Unless my microphone went dead. Is the light? Look at the thing on top. Are the lights still on? Just green, blue lights on it.
There's blue lights on it.
Okay.
Oh, they have pepperoni and
Black olive. Ooh, I love black olives.
Yeah, let's do black olives.
Yeah. All the meat. Yeah, I can go for that. What?
That's a good idea. I like that.
Bacon and black olives, that's not a bad combo, but you don't have to. I like black olives just by
I
themselves.
I like the chicken bacon ranch.
Okay,
Ooh.
well, we could do that.
Chicken bacon ranch?
Okay.
Yeah, we could do that.
Barbecue chicken.
You guys are making me hungry.
I am hungry.
Pepperoni sausage, green peppers. I can't get behind that one, but everything else you listed, yeah. Dane. Bloop. Sorry, guys.
It was the momster.
I didn't do anything.
Why'd you break the camera, Mama?
Constantly.
I mean, really.
Green peppers are a wild vegetable. Yeah.
Yeah, they make
I
me.
can't eat green peppers.
Yeah, they don't agree with my stomach.
Alternate feature of stuffed crust.
Yeah.
Pepperoni sausage, mushroom, Detroit style. What's Detroit
I
style?
don't know
What's
what.
a Detroit style pizza?
Yeah, what's a Detroit style pizza?
They're all living in Detroit.
Yeah.
That door's open, honey.
Yeah, I know. It's because I'm cold. Yeah, don't eat Selena.
Ooh.
Peppers are a gift from heaven.
Hey,
Not mine.
not for me, but I'm glad you like them. More for you, right?
Onions and pineapple.
Onions and pineapple. That's an interesting combo.
Thing for sure.
I'd have to try that.
I'd try it.
Yeah, I'd give it a shot, but
One of these bolts didn't fit.
I'm glad we got some interesting tastes in the crowd.
Dish crisp crust.
That sounds good.
Chicken bacon ranch. Somebody
Mm.
wants that. No, extra sausage, cheese, but no pork unless it's bacon.
All right.
Yeah, you better order.
Yeah. I'm getting there. Mom, quit crying. No
Quit your
crying.
woman.
No crying.
It's a no crying zone.
All right.
Dan Morgan said, come to Detroit and I'll get you one.
We'll be there one of these days. We will take you up on it.
Where are you getting your pizza from?
Papa John's.
Are they gonna deliver?
Yeah.
Do I have to wait?
Yes.
Tell them to bring it out to the garage or the barn
No.
next to the red
No,
truck.
just
Yeah, we're eating it out here.
well, yeah, but Mom can just run and get it, or I can run and get it. Whoever.
Oh,
You could cut up some watermelon
Whatever.
in the meantime. That would be wonderful.
Whoever's available can get it.
Watermelon time.
So features, specials. There we go. Two New York style. Nah. Ooh, 2 large pizzas. There we go. That'll work. I'll do original.
Cameron have his fish chowder.
Okay,
you
we're gonna
probably
do
just
ranch,
eat some pizza too.
chicken.
He says it's a deal. You just have to get to Detroit.
Grilled chicken, and then Bacon's under vegetables, right?
No, it's under health food.
No, okay. There it is. I found it. Then just cheese on the other one, or you want to do black olives?
Cheese will be fine.
Okay.
I'll dip it in ranch.
Okay.
So I have to go pick it up.
No. Oh, you want to do that? Okay.
Be faster.
Yeah, we can do that.
Because you never know what it's going to get. It might not get here until 15 or 9 o'clock.
Okay, I'm gonna do the normal one. Okay.
Are we going to eat in front of everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Forgive us.
I'm sure they can have something.
They probably did while we were talking.
Yeah, they were probably eating well. You guys didn't share. I mean, come on, guys. All right, I already paid for it.
I have to go pick it up.
Yeah. All right, 14 to 24 minutes.
14 to 24 minutes. Where's Papa John's? Is that over there by
Yeah. It's over there.
by
Uh-huh.
Rita's?
Yeah.
Cameron, come on in and say hello.
Barbecue or ranch on pizza is gross to me. You're missing out.
Hey, bud.
Yep. How long have we been going?
Probably a long time.
Yeah. That's what I asked. Okay, that's not too bad.
Please close the door. How's your day going, bub? Good. I just can't get this one bolt to click. There it is. Intake's on. Ooh. Ah.
So does the image not show up on this little screen?
It's in the corner.
No, it does not, Cameron.
What did you order?
2 pizzas. 2 large pizzas. 1 chicken bacon ranch and 1 cheese.
Can you grab some Natty Light on the way?
I gotta go now.
Yep. All right.
Okay, so I got my wastegates prepped. So gonna take these fittings out because we're just gonna run regular old hose barbs.
You're a barbarian.
Do you have AC in that shop? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Because this is our living room.
Yeah. Where'd my
Some folks like to sit on a couch and watch TV.
Zoom? You twist
Yeah, I've
this.
been trying to figure that out.
Yeah, you just twist
Every
the
time
thing.
you make a pass, I don't know how to zoom it.
Yeah, well, Cameron's camera is different than.
Oh, that's Cam's?
No.
Oh.
Cameron is the one that I take to the track because it seems to shoot better video, even though it's 10 years older. It's just like I bought this really fancy camera and I paid way more for it than what Cameron's did, and it shoots worse video. It's like it's got 10 years newer technology. I would think it would shoot better video, but it has a mic input, so You know.
Okay, there's 2 bolts. Where's the... There's one.
Yeah, I bought a wireless receiver for the HDMI off of that thing, but it didn't show up yet. And that'll allow us to like walk around with the camera. I'm gonna see how well it works. But then we gotta solve the issue of you can't see the picture on the camera. And then how you're gonna always gonna be lagged, or you're gonna have to look at the live stream to see where you're shooting.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Yeah, I know, it's a pain, isn't it?
I'm curious if we can put that in there. Is that the directions? or-
Right. Oh well, yeah, that's the other thing.
Should be able to do it.
Well, I think you can set up in that camera to keep the display on the camera. At least your camera has that setting. But who knows if mine does.
Any new questions?
Dane says stuff, says, I like to sit and watch you guys work while I'm ignoring my own project car.
Now, we're supposed to be keeping each other company here.
Yeah.
I had a blast last night. If you guys ever watch some of the other channels that are trying to get into the into the No Name Nationals, we had stuff on last night while we were out here working, and you know, it was neat and fun to just drop an occasional comment.
Yeah. Well, tonight at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern Time, on John Wilburn's channel, he's having a content creator workshop. So if there's any content creators out there, make sure that you tune in, because it's usually extremely informative.
Yes.
Buck
does a great job.
Yeah,
Buzz does a great job.
Yeah, Buzz does a very nice job, and it is worth your time. Screw in. Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Yeah, this is being a pain. Come on. Fine, we'll do this one. See, that one goes right in.
Did you eat lunch, Cam? We just ordered pizza.
Well, it's not much.
Well, we started at noon, so that tells us how long we've been going.
I have no idea what time it is.
It's like 3:30.
What? Holy mackerel.
All right, Michael Blacktree, I resemble that remark, but actually some parts just came in for the project. So I've been AFK a little bit. Yep. Well, good. It's gotta make sure you get work done when you can.
Yep. Life is short. Spin wrenches when you can.
Mm-hmm. And Jose Castillo Jr. says, I'm ignoring my project truck due to this Texas heat.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's the temperature down there, Jose? I'm cringing, and he hasn't even typed the answer yet.
Mm.
You watch for call it out when he puts it on. I'm going to hang these tools up. Okay.
So, another pro tip. These clamps here, these clamps that hold your weight on, double nut them, because we've had them shake loose and drop a wastegate off the front of the engine. So make sure you double nut these.
We still went 9.
Yeah, it just sounded weird. But
All right, that's on. Do you know where the 5 bolts are for the water pump?
I don't.
I had them held separate at one point in time.
Okay.
Yeah, the bottom one goes on first.
I'm trying to see if I'm even close on the orientation. Nope. Okay. So.
Nope.
Yeah, we got it. Do want it down. I'm glad that was the way it needed to go, because
Needs to come back just a hair. Yep. Good.
all right,
Okay, it needs to be rotated
Yep.
like that.
right there. That looks about right.
So you're gonna have to
Looks like it needs to move.
let me hold the pipe for you.
There we go. That looks good.
All right, it needs rotated just slightly. Looks like. Now this way. There.
All right. Same goes for the clamps that hold the outlet. You should double nut those as well, because dropping wastegate stuff is no fun. Don't recommend it.
Apparently it's 99 in Texas,
What's
It's
the?
105.
like 105.
Wow.
You have our sympathy.
Yeah.
That is the valid excuse for not working on your car. Heat. We can live with the cold, but not the heat. Not that kind of heat. What do you got for a project, Jose?
He wore sandals yesterday and got sunburned.
Oh no.
There's that.
Did you show folks how we hold these pipes on? Cam,
Yeah.
check this out.
Just use hose clamps and just feed them through here.
Is the clamp tight?
Not tight, but
You got what, 5/16, I think.
yeah.
Saves a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, one down.
That's one. Yeah, I'm gonna tighten this clamp up.
All right, I need to give up there. How's the paint? We beaten it off the car yet?
No.
All right, I would. I need to get the water pump.
There.
All Our device, formerly known as a water pump, is now an idler. We cut the pump part of it off, and then we have an electric pump. And then the pulley will go on here, run a belt across it. I had the 5 bolts for this separate because there was a unique length bolt.
Yeah, they're probably Mom dug out a bunch of bolts yesterday that it should be with.
The only one I'm concerned about is that that one bolt that's a unique length.
Yeah. Well, so we pull one off another engine.
If I have to.
Alright. I'm gonna run inside and grab some more nuts for the wastegate.
And you have them both set up for 12?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you'll be able to control it to higher?
Yeah.
Okay. More boost. Woohoo!
Yeah. Okay, it does. Good. Okay. So, yeah. Plug one of these. Because one of these is just. Really? Is it a 12? It is.
Excuse me.
Don't see that very often.
That's already got a gasket on it.
On what?
The water pump.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful with that because they usually don't seal up.
All right, so 3 of them are just slightly shorter than the other. Well, they go into.
So, this is a twin turbo arrangement, but I'm gonna get my boost control off of one of the turbos, and I'm gonna do the front one because it's further away from the heat, whereas this one is gonna be more in the center of all the heat. So I'm taking out this fitting and I'm gonna plug it on the back turbo because we don't need it. Where did my plugs go? They were together. Alright, that's not cool. I had my plugs, and now they are gone.
Permatex should be behind me, buddy.
Yeah, I'm looking for plugs.
Okay.
Yeah, 1/8" pipe plugs.
They're in a container. I thought
you
on
want them.
that workbench back
There's
there.
a little bag full of them.
Yeah, I think it's on that workbench back there.
Okay. Nope. No.
So you going over to see the new house then? One day this week, or?
No, I'm sick of these
Okay.
things.
I wonder if they're keeping up with the lawn and stuff. All right, I'm late to the party. Is this final assembly? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Woohoo! All right. Wow, there's been a lot of comments since the last time I looked up. Let's see. Square body S10. Been thinking of dropping a 4200 or a 5-cylinder in it. Cool. Maybe even an LV3. Not sure what that is. What's
It's
that?
the new generation V6 from that's the engine that I
Oh,
had.
those are cool.
Yeah. The
Yep.
it's Gen 5 V6.
Yep.
Yeah, those are cool. I owned one at one point, and then I saw what they were going for, and I was like, I don't need to own this.
Okay, Cam, I can't see there. Sorry. You could turbo a 4.3, should be fun. We thought about it, almost did it.
Yep, almost
I had
did it.
an i6 from a 300E Mercedes. Was thinking that too, but don't know. Want to keep the GM product? Yeah, keep it GM. Late to the party. Final. Yep. Want to do a 4.3 in my Jimmy? That would be cool. Yeah, I would keep it GM, but just for parts availability. Well, don't forget the cool factor. All right, so
Hey. Need to find those pipe plugs.
Did you take them to Midwest?
No, I had them like 20 minutes ago.
Oh,
They're in a little bag that's like this big, and there's just like 6 of them in there. And I last used them on the. I used one on the dipstick.
you did on the
hole.
dipstick hole. Yep.
And then I used another one on something else. They were sitting with this. Maybe I put them in here. I don't know. Here they are. I found them. All right. I would not have.
Where's the little impact?
All right. I found them, Cameron.
NASCAR. Water pump.
And you did put silicone in it?
Both sides of the gasket.
All right.
What do I look like, a barbarian?
No.
You smell like one too.
All right.
Dodgers play at 1 p.m. We are winning streak. Hope they keep it going. Hey, how about those Yankees? I'm a Yankee guy. We just lost a viewer. Crazy cool hot rod. Congrats, gents, and Godspeed. Godspeed to you too, sir.
Come on, buddy.
That's how I get my cardio in, doing laps around the garage looking for stuff I lost. Yeah, NASCAR. Who do you root for there? No Torres? I'm a Hendricks team fan. Oh, we just lost another
viewer.
Now they know I like my Yankees, and I root for Hendricks.
Yeah.
We're gonna lose half the crowd here.
In 10 minutes, the stream will be going for 4 hours.
You gotta be kidding! Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we had as many as 72 people on there for a while.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Make sure you're tuning in, everybody.
Dodgers. Okay, I said, what NASCAR team do you root for? Was that sarcastic? All right. I had a beautiful, clean pulley. I think it's right in front of your camera. Right in front of your knee on the floor is a pulley.
What?
Yep. Thank you.
Let's tighten these up before we forget.
Do you need help getting that thing on?
What thing?
The wastegate?
Not yet. Do-do-do.
All right. Could be a Dodgers Yankees World Series this year. That would be cool. 18 cow. How about that? I didn't know people admitted that in public anymore. Come on, that was funny. Did he ever get his contract sorted out with Mr. Gibbs? That guy can drive, that's for sure. All right.
Make sure you tighten up your turbos. You might loosen them up for reclocking, fabbing, fabricating, and definitely don't want to leave them loose and make 30 pounds of boost, because that's going to be bad.
Tell Calvin he's no fun anymore.
Well, I like, not sending shards through an engine that we spend a ton of time on.
Oh, come on. Trying to keep control after debris flies into your tires and they're going down at a high rate of speed. You're no fun.
First thing I say, I don't like no prep racing. And now I'm saying I don't want to send a impeller through the hood.
No slide glaze for you.
Yeah.
All right. What's best year for the Atlas 4200?
Yes.
They're all good.
There are ones that are better than others. The 06 and later has a better cylinder head, but the early engines have a 12 counterweight crank. So I say to people, if you're not trying to make 800 horsepower, just get whatever, whatever you can find.
Somebody's outside.
And if you're wanting to get every little bit, then having a better flowing cylinder head is nice. Hi, Mom.
Oh, it's the momster. It's our pizza delivery girl. Nice. Thank you.
Creamy.
Talk and tell. Pizza's showing up. NASCAR is dead to me. After the garage door rope incident, I refuse to watch them.
Yeah.
I certainly can understand that.
Yeah.
I don't think the actions of one should affect that gravely, but you know, I respect your opinion. It's been hard to watch ever since the old man passed away, but I still find I like to catch up on on it. I stopped NASCAR before then. I hate it too. Well, gents, ladies, I'm going to watch the Dodgers game. I'd be going back and forth between you guys and the game. Well, thank you, now. And Snook, which garage door incident are you referring to? Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, my word. When they hung that noose on Bubba's door,
Well,
that was...
It wasn't a noose.
Oh, whatever it was.
He claimed it was a noose.
Yeah.
It was not a noose.
Apparently some of our viewers think it was.
Well, the thing had been there for. It was not targeted towards him, and it had been there. They found clips of it having been there for a long time, and it was. I mean, certainly, you know, I can see why he would think it would be targeted towards him, but still, you know, everybody needs to chill out. All right, you're gonna have to start drinking some of these.
Yes.
Running out of room. Here.
Oh my goodness, she got a... Wow.
Mm-hmm. There's 3. Do they fit up here?
No.
Here.
I'm just gonna have to pound them, huh?
Yeah. Unless I can get this tray thing out.
Yeah, just
If I get this tray thing out, then. I don't even know what that is. We can fit more up here.
let's see. No, that thing was no news. Calvin agrees with you. We called him Bubba Smollett. Oh, that's good for Dale. All right. Why does your crank damper look so big to me? Well, it's actually the same size, but it is an aftermarket SFI balancer. Just the leftist going nuts. Probably a pressed brainwashed follower type feeding of their dark thoughts. It's very possible.
Yeah. Well, we gotta be careful what we say.
Yep.
I think we're all on the same page, but
Groupthink, I guess. Oh, what would you recommend for a mild L19 454 rebuild? Do you really need to rebuild it? Is the first thing I'd say. I bet you could probably get, 700-800 out of that reliably without doing a rebuild. Why does okay, so that one.
all right, I'm gonna go wash my hands.
Cool, impressive. It's an SFI dampener. Yes, it is. It's who made the dampener? Oop. Calvin mentioned it in the live stream earlier. Your new hydraulic lifter design. Yes. Well, our hydraulic latch adjuster, Calvin had figured out a while back, and he sells it as a kit for the regrinds, and then this engine has solid lash adjusters, and that was a lot of work to put those in. Every single lobe required its own setting on the lash adjusters. It was took us about 16, 17 hours to put it in. Okay, I agree. Let's keep it about the cars. Need to get car trailer. There is a lot of good deals on Trailblazers with blown transmissions. Yeah, definitely. Been minutes since I downed a natty light. Yeah, well, I've made up for that. Don't hold it against me. I got to pound this thing on real quick and then grab a slice, and we're going to park ourselves in front of the camera for a little bit. All right. Ooh. What kind of dampener is it?
It's a BHJ.
Okay. Is this okay? And that's the turkey bacon ranch?
Chicken bacon.
Chicken bacon ranch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I get around it, please.
All right.
All right, it's food time, guys. Get it while it's hot.
Okay, this should be going inside. Okay.
All right. Just set my microphone down so you're not listening to me chew.
Oh, come on. All right, somebody wrote a message. Okay, me and Eric used to down 24 every weekend a long time ago. Well, I have limits. I'm not going to do 24 in that short a period. Oh. All right. Not a problem. We've had some people put some nasty stuff on there before and had to get it deleted. I saw the message was gone before I looked who it was from, so all's good. I think everything in this garage needs a bath. It's a lot of work has been done in here in very recent times, and yeah, I think everything in here needs a bath.
So what do you guys think? Think it's coming out cold? I sure do.
I should pan it down just a tiny bit, Cam. I clapped out, burning oil. I'm going to rebuild it, just wondering if anything I should look for. Well, is it a 2-bolt main or a 4-bolt main? Because it's going to be worth the money to get a 4-bolt main, but you can make a 2-bolt main last. But I would definitely buy an aftermarket cylinder head and go with an aftermarket hydraulic roller cam. I would never try to use a flat tappet cam on a big block. They are the hardest engine to break in a cam on. And don't be afraid to swing it. Those things make great power. You just got to have enough head on it.
You remember Al, the guy that we met in Draggy?
Those from Australia. They have the Cresta.
Okay, I see a troll. I'll whack them. I may miss them today. I'm working while listening to y'all. Okay. We just got 6 comments in a row. The fab work and R&D you guys do definitely a favorite to me. I need car friends so I can get some help. We all need car friends. I hate my trailer disappear overnight. One might do maintenance because all the 4-wheel bearings. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Coming out faster than I thought. How long you guys think before testing the car? If we can get it running in 2 weeks, it'll be on the track in 2 weeks. If it takes 3, it'll be 3. Can't wait to hear the Datsun. I agree. Yeah, the second we have this thing running, it's headed to the track. So the ignition system are you using? I forget. I think you said a gold box?
Mm-hmm.
Gold box?
Yeah,
Yep.
we're going to run IGN 1A coils. So we're going to run smart coils on this as well.
Can't wait to hear it fired up. Okay, I think L19s were 4 bolts. That's good. I was thinking roller cam, absolutely.
Yeah.
It has peanut port heads. Would the Vortec bolt on? Don't know, but if you have to spend money on them, just buy a set of new heads, aluminum heads. They're, what, 66 pounds lighter? And you can run a lot more compression.
So you know Al, the guy that we met at Drag Week from Australia, that they had the Cresta, the Toyota Cresta with the Vera.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he just built a big block.
Hmm.
And he put a flat tappet cam in it. And with a super truck. He broke the camshaft. The front, between the first and second journal. Completely shattered. And he didn't damage a single thing in the engine other than bending a few valves.
I was going to say he had to bend valves.
Yeah, he bent a few valves, and other than that, everything was unscathed. He didn't nick a rod, he didn't nick a piston. Like, they took it apart and they were amazed, like it was still mostly there. And they fixed it overnight, and we're making horsepower in the morning. It was pretty incredible. But they kept the flat tap in it. So.
Stuck Aru. Congrats on the crazy cool build, boys. It's awesome. Jose, I'm going to let Calvin answer that question. Come on, there we go.
Okay, Jose, can you ask, would you be able to, how would we be able to get a pan like that for an Atlas like what you just installed? We can't be the supplier of parts on these engines. My dad and I both have,
part.
Well, yeah, we can be a supplier on a few parts, but that particular part has an extreme amount of labor into it and an extreme amount of time, as well as monetary investment as well. I mean, if we were to have those made, they'd be easily probably a $5,000 oil pan. And I just don't think anybody, one, I'm not willing to put in the time to start making them, even for that price. Just because it's a lot of work, and it's you're dealing with breathing aluminum shavings, and I don't want to do that more than I have to in my free time. But okay, how do we get these to the market? I need you guys to go to Moroso. I need you to go to Milodon. I need you to go to Holly, and I need you to beat their doors down and tell them that there is demand for parts for these engines. I've contacted every name that I've just listed to try and get them to start making parts for them, and the resounding answer that I get back is, we don't think there's any demand for them, and therefore we don't think it's worth our time or monetary investment. So if you want to pan like that, you're going to have to show the industry that there is a demand for it. Okay.
What Dane said about the Vortec heads is correct. The 8100s do not bolt onto the older block. I would agree. I don't know how that engine didn't get destroyed when a camshaft broke.
Yeah, that was amazing. The guys at the skid factory is who I'm talking about. No. Yeah, I was amazed that there wasn't even a scratch on the thing. It was like, yeah, it was incredible. Okay, pieces of that. You guys are.
No.
Okay.
If you want a piece of that, go ahead and have it.
I like both.
Thanks for answering. I'll give them all a call, buy beer for my buddies, and have them call too.
Yeah, that's the only way it's going to happen. I mean, personally, I'd love to partner with some of them and do, some of our builds with them and show you guys what they're capable of. But I'm happy to share. We got lots of drawings and CAD files and all sorts of stuff for designs that I think are worth a crap. So I'm happy to share them, but I just can't produce we can't produce the parts. It's just those parts. It's too much labor and
Yeah, I liked Richard Petty when I was a kid too. My grandfather was a big Richard Petty fan, and I used to watch it as a kid. And that was in his heyday when he was winning a lot, and it was neat to watch him. But yeah, it's hard to find anybody who's not a fan of Richards. He means a lot to the sport, meant a lot to the sport. It'd be like not liking Dolly Parton if you're a country music fan. You really connect certain people with certain things, and Richard was an amazing racer in his day and had great support. I also liked the Fox. He was absolutely incredible. His skill sets and what he was able to do both with the 17 and the 21 car. Fellas, you ever heard of using some sort of car engines? So yes, they're a block. What do they call that block? The concrete that you pour in the block to make them stronger.
yeah, block fill.
Yeah, it's a block fill. No, it's a specific for engine blocks. I forget what it's called, but yeah, a lot of guys do that. You don't need to on this engine. We actually sent a connecting rod out of this engine and it never even got into the water jacket. The water jacket in this engine is all the way up at the top, just below the deck of the block. It's deep enough to get the water to the back of the engine and then through the cylinder head. So we don't need that on this engine. Wheels turning on. Okay. Sure hope your motor stays together and doesn't hurt your oil pan. Well, we know that's a risk. We are concerned about that also. But at some point, we have to build another one. We didn't put this thing together to be displaying it. We've put this together to run it. We hate the thought of the possibility of hurting it, but we would rather deal with the consequence of that than be paralyzed by the fear of the risk of doing it. So, that's we're not cavalier about it. We don't push the stuff in beyond what we think is safe. We've got goals for this. Obviously, we've made it. We've said it publicly. We want this thing to go faster than a 526 in the eighth. We'd love to hit a 7 in the quarter, and at some point we're going to put a built bottom end in it and reduce some of the risks of running stock bottom ends. But we want to achieve those goals first. We want to be the first in the 8s. We want to be the first in the 7s. We want to be the fastest stock bottom end straight 6 on the planet. So, you put those goals out there. You have to, you run at risk. But we definitely don't want to be cavalier and risk it needlessly. I was 4. She gave me a kiss. No. Miss Daisy Duke was definitely going to turn a lot of heads, especially when I was young. Sorry, honey.
Read my favorites too.
All right. I'm 4 years old, getting a kiss from Daisy Duke. That's funny. All right, guys, what other questions do you got? We've got 27 people watching us eat pizza. That's a dedicated crew. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Maybe they're eating pizza too.
Well, that would be a good idea. We need to have them get ready to get back to wrench turning shortly. Yeah, she said, "You're the cutest boy," and popped one on me.
You're a lucky boy.
Mm-hmm. We need to move that bag from out of in front of the screen. Okay, making custom oil pans are a pain. Did it a few times, and I'm not a fan of it. Definitely, with technology nowadays, it should be easier. Companies rather than profit. Yeah, it's it'd be nice to have everything made for us and that kind of stuff. But companies, are struggling to stay open today, and if they can't make a profit, they can't make the part. And that's the bottom line. Is it's very rare when you have a company help you out we've had the privilege to be the recipient of the parts that went into this oil pan, and truly appreciate what they did for us. But that's a rare set of circumstances that allowed that to happen. You know, we can't put in enough words to say how much we appreciated what happened. Calvin and I had dreamed up this oil pan multiple times, talked about it multiple times, and knew that we were not going to be able to do it with the allotted time that we had in order to build stuff. So when we were contacted about building the adapter and the flange for the pan, it took about 12 seconds for us to talk through all the options and boil it down to that single item of what we wanted. And I think most of that 12 seconds was the 11 seconds it took for us to get over the shock that we had an opportunity, because it took a very short amount of time for us to say, this is what we want and this is why we want it. And to see this thing in person and the quality of the work that was done is certainly a joy in and of itself. And you know, the challenge for all companies is they're not in business to make parts. They're in business to make money. They just use the part sales as the vehicle that allows that money to come into their accounts. So we understand that, and that's where the demand is ultimately going to be needed to get more parts made. You know, Calvin showed you the starter adapter that he's making. We've got a coil adapter. We've got the coil conversion kit that Calvin developed. And, you know, we want to make other parts that make sense, but the oil pan's going to have to come from somebody who has the means to produce that product economically. And the demand has to be high enough that they can sell enough of them to make it worth the cost to develop the tooling. What's a good day? What a good day. My two buddies, tabby cats, crawling on me and talking about cars. That's cool.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yes, your number one employee. Yeah.
Yeah,
Co-worker of the month.
coworker of the month.
Mhm.
That's my cat.
Why did you
Yeah.
chance?
All right, we're back. Sorry, guys. The battery on the mic pack ran out. All
Can you
right.
hear us now?
Love these low green things.
Yeah, they can hear us.
Okay. So No forged crank for the 4200. We may try and lighten up the front end more, but we're going to focus more on the brakes and the caliper. That's all very heavy GM factory stuff. We've actually got some aluminum hubs and some single disc brakes and some aluminum calipers. So we should be able to knock off about 30, 40 pounds there. Returning to the Midwest this year for any events such as Route 66, Route 41, Byron, Great Lakes. We will be going, we do plan, Lord willing, we plan to go back to the Midwest. We want to compete in a manual transmission 8-body car. That's going to be a lot of fun. The goal for the future, now that we've successfully attended and made it through, is actually to compete for a class win. So we're going to see what we can do there. Saw the video the other day, a turbocharged 236 with a cross-flow head on it. They got 600 horsepower out of it. Must have cost a fortune. I think the 4200 is a better option. 4200 is a better option, period. But the guy that did the 235, that is a real neat combo that he did.
Is that the one with the Wayne cylinder head?
That's what I was about to ask. I'm going to guess that he probably had a Wayne cylinder head on it.
Yeah, it's
the Wayne has a cross-flow design, and it's a 12-port. So very, very good cylinder head. Problem with the 235, and I'm going off memory, I believe it's a 4-main bolt engine.
Yeah,
it doesn't have 7 mains like these things do. You know, with having 7 mains, basically you got 6 one-cylinder engines. They are extraordinarily strong. The old straight 6s got cross-flow heads in Brazil. Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah, the 250, 230, 250, and the 194 got 12-port heads in Brazil. But I don't know if the 235 did. But
yeah, I've never heard of other than a Wayne head on a 235. That's the only cross-flow I've ever heard
no,
of.
it's not cross-flow. The Brazilian heads are not cross-flow. They're still, they're just 12-port instead of Siamese.
According to Dane Says stuff, it's they're cross-flow in Brazil.
I don't know if that's true.
Don't know.
I mean, I
Don't know.
could certainly be wrong, but I don't think they're cross-flow.
Yep. I'm sorry, I'm an old head. Do you keep turbo lag, or did you bore your intake or whatever for more airflow? I don't know if that makes sense. We've got 2 fabricated heads that Calvin had made, and the other car has a factory head. Factory intake. At the end of the day, we just run more boost. At some point, we will be more concerned about flow and less concerned about the boost, because obviously the higher boost with more restriction in the intake makes a lot more heat, and it doesn't make as much power. But we're not to the point where we're finding limits on these things that would push us towards the doing anything other than adding more boost. Yeah, I believe it was a Wayne head. Yep, okay. The Wayne head, there was a limited production. I think 50 of those were made originally. And that's a very good head. Seen YouTube using 2 welded LS heads. Yes, Ken from Tall Garage is putting that together on his YouTube channel. There's been a number of people who've done the LS head on an Ford 6-cylinder, but they've all been put out there in print. Ken is doing it online on YouTube, and neat guy, fun guy, neat project, and he just the other day got recognized by Motor Trend, and his YouTube channel is taken off. So if you want to see that build, take a look at it at Tall Garage, Tall Garage, and I recommend you like and subscribe and follow what he's got going on there. Indeed, I was mistaken. Been a while since I've. Okay, so
That's what I thought.
you were mistaken about the
It's not a
crossflow.
It's 12 port, but it's not
yeah.
a crossflow.
Calvin's saying they got a 12 port, but they did not get a crossflow on the 194, 230, 250 engine.
Yeah, I got a book about it. So
Okay.
Leo Santucci. That's who wrote the book on it. So, and he talked about the Brazilian port having the 12 port head, but it's not a crossflow. Yeah, Leo Santucci bought parts from us.
I missed a few minutes. My Wi-Fi bugged out. Sorry about that, dude. Well, we had a lot of questions come in, so you may have to go back and catch it. It's neat. The variety of questions that we get every time we have these YouTubes really cracks me up, because 1 minute we're talking about Fords and the height of the deck on their big block, and the next minute we're talking about straight sixes with 4 mains and sixes with 7 mains and LS heads going on to a 300. I love the variety that we get to talk about here. I have a question. Just got off the dyno today with a 4-cylinder on methanol using 8 220 injectors, and that makes 800 horse. How has he worked out enough injector? I'm going to hold off on that question and let Calvin answer that one. And of course, Calvin disappears when you got a question like that. Everybody's sitting on the edge of their seat. Okay, Junior.
Yeah.
You have a question.
Okay. What is it?
My mouth is full.
Okay, which one? Turbo Blaster. Turbo Blaster 1984. I like your user.
Turbo Toaster.
Oh, Turbo Toaster. Okay, that's even better. Turbo Toaster. I have a question. I just got off the dyno today with a 4-cylinder on methanol using 8x 2200cc injectors at 75% duty cycle. We were making 800 horsepower. How has he worked out? How did you work out the math to determine that your injectors? For this car. Okay. Well, I'm going to assume that half of the fueling is going to be supplied by ethanol. So our first stage of injectors is going to be an ethanol stage. So ethanol obviously requires a whole lot less volume, per given horsepower. So yeah, that's going to supply half of it. And then the other half is just whatever the 2200cc injectors can supply. So that's how I figured it. What is the best option to adapt a 4200 to a TH400? Joshua Bright asks. I recommend you buy an adapter plate from MTech Motorsports. You can see it right there. It's a very nice piece. Yeah, I recommend you buy that from him, and that pretty much gets you where you need to go. You'll have to obviously adapt the converter hub and stuff like that.
An LS one will work with that.
Yeah.
So if you buy an LS hub adapter,
if you rewind the stream a bit, we talked about it in depth. So,
okay, so turbo toaster, if he's running just the 6, he will need plenty of base pressure, assuming he's not going to mix much of his ethanol from his primary injectors. Milton, you think everybody's going to fall over when they find out what we're doing with the 2900. We're not going to share it yet. It's going to be on the shop floor. I'm going to say probably within 3 months, it'll be on the shop floor. We're still accumulating parts, but we're actually going to do a more detailed build on that one because it's going to consume a lot of our time. Yeah, that one's going to be fun. We're excited about that project ourselves, and obviously the goal is going to be to go very fast.
yeah.
And yeah, that's all I'm going to say, because if I talk anymore, I'm going to puke my guts on what we're doing, and I don't want to do that yet.
Yep, you're going to love it or you're going to hate it.
Yep. TB, hello. All right, thank you. And Turbo Toaster, that was more a follow on before Calvin's answer. Okay. All right. How much does 4200 head flow? That's your question.
250 something CFM. It's on the wiki. Just type in Vortec 4200 wiki on Google. It's like one of the first links. I think it is the first link because so many people have been clicking on it. So yeah, just go on there. There's a tab on, I think it's called cylinder heads, and you should be able to find the information you want to know there.
Given the progression, E85 to methanol to nitromethane will be next? No.
No.
You know, the nitromethane is amazing. You're wrapping it backwards, I think.
Nope. Yeah, because you're screwing it on.
You're wrapping it backwards.
That is going to drag it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it wrong. Nitromethane is incredible. It's the challenges we've had with just establishing a baseline for the camshaft profiles and all this. You have to think about nitromethane just completely different from the vibration in the engine to how it burns in the engine, the load that you have to have on the engine, and when you open the camshaft is so much later in the process when you load things up. You know, a nitromethane engine loves load, and that's part of what makes it work. So having a supercharger hung on the front makes it a compatible partner that makes a lot of sense. When you consider that this engine has such a very weak snout on the crankshaft, trying to drive a powered compressor, some kind of supercharger, some kind of blower, some kind of boosted application that's belt driven, you run the risk of damaging the crankshaft, but you need that load on the engine for the nitromethane to work. It doesn't work as good on turbochargers because turbochargers work off the exhaust waste side, and the pumping losses are not high enough to ultimately help that engine have that load that allows nitromethane to be so effective like it is on a fuel car. The things that they did to fuel cars to put loads on the engine to make the nitro work as well as it did are all things that make it necessary today to have extremely strong parts, whereas in years past they could get away with not as strong a part because the loads came from inside the engine. Today the loads are not inside the engine, so now the parts have to be much stronger. But that crankshaft snout is probably one of the single biggest deterrents away from even thinking about using nitromethane.
Where's the little?
I hope I didn't babble to the point where that didn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, Big Chief uses nitro. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, but he only uses
5%.
5 to 12. He's up to 20% actually.
Okay.
What are you looking for?
The little coolant thing.
You mean
The water neck.
it should be in a box. Is it laying over there?
I'm getting my cardio in.
All
There
right.
it is.
You can always wrap the belt around the torque converter and run off of it. That's not one I'm going to pursue. I'd rather just run a big block Chevy and run nitromethane in it. That would be an interesting way to solve the problem, though. All right, back to work. Side pulley. Do you know where that's at?
Side pulley.
Yeah. The idler pulley on the side. Thank you.
So I need to go find a gasket. I think I have gaskets inside.
Okay.
So,
There was an O-ring for that over here somewhere.
oh. Okay. You have
I think I
the
picked it up and I put it on the table, but
Okay. If we have one, then.
you know, if any other questions come in, Cam,
There it is. That'll work. Yeah, it's still in good shape. All right.
yeah, let's see. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Man, we're getting spanked by the Cubs. Well, how are the Yankees doing? That's what I need to know. What's the target front rear weight percentage? We'll probably on this car, just guessing, I'm going to say we're probably going to be 54 to 55% rear weight biased on this car. That's just a guess at this point. That 9-inch is probably pretty heavy. It's an iron center. The one fuel tank's in the back there. This car has always been very light. The center line of the axle relative to the engine's probably 4 full inches behind. The main block is 4 to 5 inches behind the axle center line. The Turbo 400, is here. The drive shaft is very short, so I think we could realistically shoot for the, a 55% rear weight bias. Okay, are you going to put a back pressure sensor on the manifold so you can? Yes, but what we're going to do is use the common header. If you look right here, we're already set up to monitor it. There's a common header across here where an air used to be injected. Yeah, air used to be injected there.
There's an air injection solenoid that mounts here, and it branches off into each exhaust port, and you can measure back pressure there.
Yep. Yankees are on at 4, huh? Playing Boston, the no good Nick Boston team. Those goofballs self-proclaim themselves as America's team. That's ridiculous. All right. Got to watch out. We might have lost a Boston fan on the live stream. But yeah, watching the back pressure on these things has been something we've been pretty diligent about. And fortunately, with the gold box, we have an opportunity there to record that. And I'll let Calvin talk more about that.
We're probably going to just record it through the dyno. I mean, back pressure is not really something that I look at very often. As far as like a at the track kind of thing, I mean, we look at it pretty heavily on the dyno as we increase boost, but at the track, on this car it may make sense just because we plan to push it harder at the track. Normally we run it up to the number we plan to run it at the track. So
you got a 15 millimeter socket? Thank you.
Yeah, normally we'd run it up on the dyno to the number that we plan to run at the track. But with this one, we're probably not going to, just because I don't want to.
Sorry.
I don't want to take any durability or I don't want to take any life out of this that could have been used at the track. Obviously, we want to make sure it's not going to just throw a rod on the first pass, but just do it.
Done. No, I'm not. Done.
So yeah, obviously we want to make sure it's not going to throw a rod on the first pass, but when we take this thing to the dyno, we're not going to be shooting for any particular number. We run 750. Yeah, we may crack 700, but the main goal is going to be getting the methanol side of the tune situated and sorted out. If you watch Cletus McFarlane, whenever he puts the thing on the trans brake, you can hear the thing transition from the gas tune to the methanol tune, and it kind of stumbles, and it's not very smooth. And I don't know if that's a side effect of how the Holley controls the dual fuel
arrangement when I talked to Frank Saponaro about the dual fuel setup. He's a friend of ours. He runs Drag Week. He has a big Chevy that has no intercooler, twin precision turbo into just directly into the engine, and he's running a 16 injector setup. And he basically, he says as soon as it gets over a pound of boost, the methanol starts spraying. And he didn't talk about some rough transition or anything like that. So it's, I want to make sure we have that well sorted so that when we actually run it at the track, that transition we've already figured that out. I don't know if Cletus is like, when it gets into boost, if he's transitioning fully to the methanol or if he's just adding methanol on top. I'm wondering, because it would make more sense if that's what he's doing. If he's saying, okay, once we get into the methanol part of the tune, okay, stop firing the gasoline injectors, now only fire the methanol, and maybe that's why the transition's so harsh. But we need to figure that out on the dyno and make sure that's good to go. But as far as the power goal, I don't really care. Obviously it needs to make enough power to go the ET that we want it to, and that's all I really care about. We've dyno raced enough. I think it's time to get to the track and start laying some numbers down. At least that's my opinion.
More power! More power!
Okay, which one, Cameron? The last one? Okay. Turbo Toaster 1984 says he's running straight methanol on the changeover. Okay. So does that mean he transitions fully to methanol? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, he said Steve Morris showed the transition table. That doesn't answer my question. Yeah, he says he's running it straight methanol. Oh, so he is going full methanol. Okay. Oh, and then the Vlaminz. I think it's fully switched to meth. Okay, that may be why the transition's so harsh. I don't know why you would do it that way. I don't know why you wouldn't keep firing the gasoline injectors. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, sure, it might make sense. Maybe it makes more sense as from like reading your O2 sensor standpoint, but I would think just keep the gasoline injectors firing. Who cares? But if you have to pedal it or hit a cut, it becomes an issue. Okay. Yeah, Toloco 16 on a clean pass, that transition is no problem, but if you have to pedal it or hit a cut, it becomes an issue. Yeah, I would think the way that they do it, that the transition would be a humongous pain. But you could build in some sort of hysteresis into the table, just say like, okay, once you transition, don't go back. You could easily, if the ECU is set up properly and gives you that amount of control, yeah, that would be easy to do. I'm sure you could do it on a max ECU. I don't know if Holly would give that kind of control to you, but ideally how you would set that up is once it's on methanol, stay on methanol. Don't transition back. I mean, honestly, they should just flick a switch or I don't know. I would just run it on methanol the entire time.
Just do a pressure switch.
That's essentially what we're going to do.
Right. But
it's just going to be through the ECU. I don't know. It seems like a dumb way to do it, but I don't want to call Steve Morris dumb.
Yeah.
So
we need a 44-inch belt.
Okay.
That seems long, but I just measured it. Okay.
Okay, Turbo Toaster 1984 says he's doing a straight swap because he's using the methanol to help with the spool, so bigger percent of methanol, the better the boost. But okay, that I can see that. That makes sense. Toloco 16 says, yeah, on the Mega Squirt you can rewrite the code. On the Holly and others, I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's why I started. We probably just had a little bit of a blip there. You guys still there?
Hold on. Let me jump on mine.
Yep. Cameron just unplugged the internet by accident. Sorry, guys. You still there?
Does my comment come up?
Okay, we're good. Sorry, guys. It's all good. Why? Oh.
What's the problem?
Yeah, it's like.
You got batteries charging for the mic again?
Mm-hmm. All right. This is very expensive. This is, I think about $400 I'm holding in my hand. This is a NTK calibration grade sensor. It may be a laboratory grade, I forget which one, but they say you should run this with methanol, and so I bit the bullet, and here it is. It's a NTK wideband sensor.
Did you tighten these down and finalize these?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. I guess I'll start putting cooling stuff in.
Yeah, we can just keep going. What I didn't, well, that's fine. I got the belt length. That's what I wanted to make sure that I got. But we can start putting the fan or the radiator and that whole.
All right, I'm gonna blow it off.
Yep. All right. Well, this is a two-person job, so whenever you're available, we'll get that done then too.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I need to plug all these. Do you know where all the plugs went?
They should be in the box over there with all of the
Fittings.
fittings. Yeah.
There they are. So this radiator was originally set up for a sprint car, and for whatever reason they had all these ports in here, so I need to plug all them because we don't need them. No.
All right. Somehow, two of these have gone AWOL. Oh, found one. One more yet. Cam, if you see one of these, let me know.
Yep. Okay. Hey, Matt Malfair's on.
Hey, Matt. How's it going, bud? You ready to take that first place trophy at the challenge? Alright, we don't need this. I am not seeing number 4.
What are you looking for?
A 4th screw like this. Yep. Well, while Cameron's here, do you guys want to have him hone in on anything in particular on the car? We don't have any secrets on this one. It's just a $100 Z that we bought 2 decades ago and have turned into a little hot rod.
Overbuilt Automotive said, well, going to get food, pizza, and fried chicken for Dad. Cool.
Hey, can you pick up a fan belt for us while you're out? I'm just not finding it, bud.
Just go get another one.
Yeah, I'm going to. I just hate doing that. They still on the back of your Studebaker?
No.
Don't scratch the paint.
Yeah, maybe once I get the wireless set up. Yep, I'll get a belt for you. My throwing arm may not get it to you from Tennessee. I'll tell my dad that when he gets back. It's Napoleon Dynamite, right? I used to be able to throw a ball over those mountains or whatever. Ring. All right, who's calling? Do. Okay, somebody called you. I don't know who it was.
Okay. I have no idea who that is. Oh well. Oh, my phone's about to die. I'll be right back.
That was some good pizza. Dan H. So, Overbuilt Automotive, who he said to grab you a belt while he was out.
Excellent, thank you.
He said,
6 rib, 44 inches long.
he said, yep, I'll get that belt for you. My throwing arm may not get it to you from Tennessee.
That sounds like a road trip.
Yeah. And Dan H says, could we see the finalized injector solution
Ooh.
that Calvin fabbed up on the intake? Yeah, give me a second. Dane says stuff. Says, how is it to work on a 4200 with some room around it? Everything else has been a squeeze of some sort. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. Yeah, in the Trailblazer chassis, it's I've tried to work on one before. It's a nightmare. There's a great engine that they shoved in a chassis that was built around it. It was not designed with service in mind. So yeah, actually working on a chassis that has room to work on it is not too bad.
Don't get spoiled.
Yeah.
You need a hand?
No.
Okay.
All right. So the injector solution is going to be hard to show.
Well, you could bring the
But
camera
bring
over.
the camera as far this way as you can.
Yep.
Yeah, just bring it as far that way as you can. So,
I was trying to move it.
okay. Sorry, guys. We probably had a little interruption there again. Hopefully, you can hear me again.
It went down.
Yeah. Do you know where my fuel rail went? All right. Sorry, guys. The internet plug got bumped again. Just stop. Please, just stop messing with it.
Well, you don't want to hit that cord.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so this thing doesn't reach that far.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. So the primary injectors are still in the cylinder head, just like they are from the factory. And they can be seen here. And then I fabricated this guy, which is just a factory fuel rail that I welded fittings onto the end. And yeah, I also had this piece made here, down here, down here. There you go. Okay. You probably can't see it super well. I'm going to get this out of the way. It's probably easier if you go watch the video on when we did this, but it was a few videos back. But it just adds another injector rail, and then it bolts down on here, just like that. So pretty straightforward.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, we're pretty far behind. Okay, Dane says stuff. How is it? Okay, I already answered that one.
Okay.
No, Torres says, oh yeah, I was going to ask, are you able to sell 4200 Vortex tunes? I mean, I pretty much have my tunes posted on the wiki. Depends what ECU you're trying to use, but if it's a stock computer, I can tell you you're on your own. For like the Mega Squirt, yeah, that's on the wiki. Just type in Vortex 4200 wiki and look under the tune cabinet. Dane says stuff. Says I agree about the Trailblazer. I drive one every day and dread when it needs something. I think I'm on borrowed time at 193,000. Yeah, it's.
Back up just a little.
I've seen them as
About
high as
6 inches.
299,000 miles on the original motor. So it may have a little bit of life left in it. No, Torres, still good. Okay, yeah, we're ready. We're back. It's just bumped the internet cord. It's actually a little bit sensitive. I would not have guessed it would be that sensitive. So
One of these
Sorry
days,
about
we're going to dig a conduit into the ground and put it in a more strategic location.
yep. No. Yeah, as it is, there's like literally an Ethernet cord like running across our yard. So yeah, that's our internet solution at the moment. All right.
Do you got the 11/32 wrench out?
No.
Can you go find one? Oh, there. Well, that's 3/8. Honey, can you get an 11/32 wrench?
I'll go look.
Thank you. Sorry, 7/32.
7:30 seconds. You mean 11:30 seconds?
Yeah, I said it right the first time, didn't I?
Yeah. It's 11:30 seconds.
Oh, Jiminy, I just found it. If you go out, tell her.
All right. And it's 11:30 seconds.
Biggest pain in the butt job going.
Mommy, it's okay.
I shouldn't have had that thing.
Oh.
I know it.
You mean the cooler? Yeah, I know. They
Any
make
more
me so
questions,
tired.
Cam?
I know.
All right, Fuzz, I'm going to need your help. Sorry about that, honey.
Okay.
That's
It's
why I
towards
don't
the back
like
of the
doing
drawer.
You got the screwdriver? Or?
I do not. Dang it. I may not have enough talent to do this.
Well, I can help you.
You had a drink.
Okay. Might make it better.
Can you? You want me to hold the screwdriver and you do that part?
All right.
No,
Yeah, I wouldn't. Here, let me
you're crazy.
No.
You're smoking drugs, Mama.
She just had a wine cooler.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay, I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, before you make it tight, let's get the other one started. Okay, I'll push the screw through,
Alright.
and then you make it happen. Okay. I'm gonna grab a long screwdriver.
Yeah, you're gonna have to turn it. Alright, these are our catch cans. You can still hear us and see us? Yeah.
I have no idea where the hole's at. Can you grab a light, Paula?
Where did you put that?
The thing may be turned just slightly where I can't see it.
Where did you put the light? I mean, what's everything?
So don't look at
Goofball.
I know.
it. You dodo. Are you drunk?
Oh, you took this.
Dang it.
Are you drunk? I should make them with stronger magnets.
Yep.
No, Tori says, man, your layout is nice on the wiki. Thank you for the educational tip.
Is
Yeah.
it this one?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You're welcome. Okay, you gotta turn it.
And then Gregory Whitlock says, I wonder if the
Hang on.
200 would make a big drift car engine.
That's what Jeremy was going to do with his 4200.
Don't recommend it because you're spending a whole lot of time at high RPM, and without good oil control, you're asking for trouble with any engine. But these engines are notorious for not returning oil.
Yeah, if you got adequate oil capacity or a dry
Yeah,
zone.
they rip those engines very hard in drifting. And they're hanging on the rev limiter for minutes. And it's just, they're tough on engines.
Tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
This is hurting me.
I had to do this by myself on the Nova. It was not fun.
I bet. Add 30 years to your body.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Oop. Okay, you'll have to tighten it now. Any new questions, comments?
Oh yes, Eric Burton. Hey Calvin, what kind of pump do you use for your air to water intercooler setup?
We have been using the Davies Craig water pumps. I can show it to you here in a
It's
second.
right behind the car, Paula, if you want to go get it.
It's the thing that looks like a
Silver
little
with
turbo.
hoses on it.
It looks like a little turbo. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Ouch. I have the other screw. Let's get the bottom one in.
Yeah, that little thing. I'm probably gonna have to do this one first because
Top.
it's a water pump.
You mean the top?
Yeah, because I'm gonna have to. If I have to hold it and try to get a screw in at
Oh,
the
yeah.
same time, it's gonna be a
Yep.
nightmare.
Okay, hold on.
All right, can you hold the?
Where does this plug into? Here?
Yep,
No. Here?
yep, you got it right there. Yep,
Hey, you got it.
there you go, Mama.
Right here.
You're running
He's
off.
teasing you.
Yeah, it's a cam-driven water pump. Don't you know anything?
Well, where does this
Don't
plug
you
in?
know nothing,
I
Mama?
know nothing. I mean,
Don't you know nothing?
Oh, maybe it plugs in
Okay.
over here. Is this it?
I haven't made a plug for it yet, Mom.
Oh. And what kind of water pump is this?
It's a Davies Craig.
Davies, Craig.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. DC
It's a
Pro.
EP something 150 or something. I don't know.
So, EWP 150.
No, that's not the one.
Should be down this way.
Yeah, it's over there. Oh. Okay. Try again. Yeah, you're gonna have to turn it. Okay, let it come out a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
Now where's the screwdriver?
Should be in there.
Where is it?
Okay. Layton Welding says, what's up, everyone? Midlack, I'm not at home, just jumping on for a minute to say, hey, I'll have to come back and watch this.
Thanks for joining us.
Yep. Thanks for joining us. Ugh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we're probably not going to stay on here for too much longer, but
What are you talking about? This thing ain't running. Where's the screwdriver?
I'm not staying up there. I have to go to work.
Oop, I just launched it.
Does this go anywhere now?
It is.
What?
Dang it.
What did you just do?
I put it in with the wastegate.
I thought you blew it.
No.
That's twice I've dropped it. All right. Can't go through. You gotta wiggle the.
Yeah, this is going to be a night. Yep. We're going to have to get creative.
Step on my toe. John Wilburn said, Team
Hello, John.
Make sure you guys tune in to John Wilburn's later. He's going to be having a Creator Workshop.
Tell me when.
Link. It's at 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
He says hello back.
Which, how close are we getting to 6 p.m.?
It is 5:27.
Okay, so we're gonna definitely end before he goes live because I want people to go over there and watch.
Yep.
So
We're going to be joining you, John, at 6 o'clock.
can you pull it out a little bit?
I don't know. I'm stuck. Hold on. I got to reach in. You can't pull the
Just
can
a little
forward.
bit more. A little bit more.
It'll pop
Come
out.
on.
Now I can't turn it anymore.
This is hard. Oh my eyes.
Nope, it's gonna pop out. Don't do anything.
Okay, if you can push it up in and
I
screw
can't
it.
even see it anymore. Okay.
Do it.
He said, cool. We will have a surprise guest or two and maybe a cola.
Nice.
Cool.
Well, after our disaster this morning that we had on the video, maybe they're gonna call us out. We may have to decline. Okay, that's as far as I can go.
All right. Okay.
All right. What a miserable job. Okay, silly girl. Go plug this in. Thank you. You can put that away. Thank you. All right. Oh, what a miserable job. All right, let's see.
Perfect.
And cool, we will have a surprise guest or two and maybe a call out. Okay. This guy won't want to any part of any car in your fleet. Oh, come on. Well, all right, that's in. Let's get that done because that's high visual impact. So we need 4 hose clamps.
For what?
Four hose clamps.
For what?
These things.
Oh, okay.
Mama?
What?
Gets hung over there.
You're crazy.
A little bit.
Cool shirt. Yeah, they were supposed to go on sale this week, but unfortunately, our supplier's not able to get T-shirts to print the pattern on, so we're having to find another source, and it's a real pain in the tail.
You know, he was talking about my shirt. He was talking about my shirt.
No, he was talking about my
No, he was
shirt.
They're the
talking
same
about my
shirt.
All right. Well,
All right, just warn me if it gets close to 6, because I want to make sure people go over and watch John. Where's the? Yeah, there it is.
Now you
Oh, they're all the same.
How do you like this?
What's that? You're insane?
I said they're all the same.
We know you're insane.
Calvin, show your shirt.
They're all the same.
They don't care. Now turn around.
That one goes over here, does it?
Yep. Your mom gave me the wrong one.
Come on, Mama.
Go.
Sheesh.
I mean, what are you doing?
Here, this one. Here, try this one.
Yes, Your Highness.
That one better work.
We better hear some oohs and ahs on this
Ooh,
from the people on the
oh,
thing. You've already seen this, knucklehead.
yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Meow.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't put that on yet. All right. Any other comments?
Oh, Clifford, 6 equals 8. New guy, 57.
No, 6 is greater than 8. Yeah, there we go. Still got 28 people joining.
Yeah, that's what it's been.
It was 72 for a while there.
27. Square one.
You gonna be able to cut that off?
I can.
Need to. It looks like crap. That's weight, boy. That's weight.
Say
Weight
it.
is the enemy.
Say it, Mama.
Weight is what broke the wagon down.
Oh my gosh. Patience broke the wagon.
And my grandmother always told me if I told her to wait,
No, mine doesn't have anything. Does yours have something on the back? Here. They want to see what's on the back
on the back.
of your shirt.
Well, it's the same thing that's on the back of your shirt.
No, my shirt's blank because mine
Yeah.
was just a test run.
Well, Dad's was a oopsie.
Clifford got the wrong 6-cylinder, honey bunny.
Hey, let's see the back. Oh.
The fans demand it.
Am I old for knowing that? John says, am I old for knowing that?
I guess I'm old too then.
That's only because I'm old.
What?
Yeah.
No, I like old school 6-cylinders, Mama.
No, I thought they were the same.
Oh, that one. Okay, if he's talking about that one, then yeah. That means you're old.
Michael Blacktree says, bending the catch cans through the exhaust.
Yep. It's called an exhaust evac. These are air oil separators. So they separate the oil and fuel out of the air. And then you use a scavenge port on your exhaust and you use the exhaust velocity to create a Venturi effect, which draws a vacuum on your crankcase and makes more horsepower. Horsepower.
Horse pressure.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any horses in this engine.
I thought they were in the trailer.
Yeah.
Horsepower. It's horsepower.
It's not kiwi power.
No.
Okay, I need the aluminum wrench, number 10.
All right. How close are we to 6?
We got time. We got to get this done.
Here you go.
Thank you. Dang it. They have a channel lock.
I have a big alternate use.
That's a adjustable, not a channel lock.
Oh yeah, it is. I'll get it. This one already?
Okay. What other questions are out there? What?
John Wilburn says, vent the fuel cell through the exhaust. Yeehaw!
No.
That would get a little scary. Maybe for the burnout contest, but
Ooh, that'd be something.
yeah. I certainly wouldn't want to go down the track like that.
This is definitely a must show. This is cool how this comes out. But I am struggling here because these aren't tight. And my thumb's not working. There we go. All right, I'm gonna need. Any other comments or questions? No. We are so close to getting this done. What's that? No, that was intentional, dear.
Don't rush, guys. We will be live a good while before UGG at 3 p.m.
Who was that? Yeah, but we want to watch Buzz's.
Yeah, I want to watch.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it just out of respect. I also want to watch.
Jonathan, take your time.
Yep.
John says you guys are the respectful on YouTube.
What's that? We're tolerable?
Yeah, you're tolerant.
That's the nicest somebody ever called us anything. We're almost tolerable, Calvin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought he said we're almost tolerable. You'll have to show him this then, Cam. There it is. All right. Just need a clamp here. And don't forget to oil it.
It's like a zip tie.
No, we got clamps. Ooh. There it is. All right, silly girl. We need an Allen wrench that size.
Like, see it so I know what it is.
Hang on, that's not the right size. Do we got a number 10 clamp? Or just number 4 clamps? Or number 6 clamps? I don't know.
Did you have one before?
Thought we did. I guess we don't. Well, that stinks. I was all revved up to put that on. Look at me, all dressed up and no place to go.
I don't know what to do now.
Did you show them this, Cam?
So that's our vent situation. Dual air oil separators into 2 exhaust evacs, one off the front of the engine, one off the back of the engine. And we want to make sure that crankcase is
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
good and vented.
Mom to the rescue.
Mama to the rescue.
Okay, let me see that.
I guess you're going to want to put it on, too.
I found it.
Honey bunny.
They're way too big. I don't know why you gave me these.
I didn't give you those.
I know.
You're such a goof.
Excuse me.
Well, I meant to carry that over to throw it away. Need help?
No.
You do. I can tell.
No, I don't.
I need to do it for you, don't I?
Oh, come on.
Here, look up.
Okay. Oh, I have it upside down too.
Yes. Screw that out.
No, I don't have the right.
Silly girl. Top right drawer.
I mean, really.
It just unbelievable.
What size?
Yellow packet.
There is no yellow packet.
Look in your tool bag then. Grr. Okay, go drawer down. Another drawer down.
Will this fit?
No, those are Nick. Oh, there you go.
All right, what time is it?
Yes, Your Highness.
I gotta do something, otherwise this engine's gonna blow up.
Yes, dear. We know that. Don't force it. You take the screw loose.
Okay.
Slow down. You're all revved up.
I'm just fine.
You're not driving your truck. You're not trying to go. Hold on. You gotta pull this over here. Crank it down, silly girl.
It's tight.
It's tight.
Yes.
That's tight. Good job.
Thank you.
All right.
Those are cool little clamps.
Yes, they are.
Very nice.
Glad I thought of them.
I'm sure Calvin thought it.
No confidence in me, huh? Thanks.
Usually he thinks of things, he finds things like that. Don't you, Calvin? Don't look at me like that.
All right, we're missing a small number 6 line.
Well, number 6 line, it looks like that.
Kinda, except it's black.
Right there.
Oh, you got it?
It's right there on the bench.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a valve, honey. Where did you get her?
Oh, that's a better question for you.
What is that?
Mommy, it's a line.
You need an 11/16 wrench, honey.
Mommy,
Well,
you found it. Wow.
you're so good, Calvin.
This thing moved from welding.
This is what you want.
Yes.
This is what you want.
Jedi mind tricks won't work on me.
Did you get the 11/16? Yeah. Dear.
Oh, I thought Calvin was getting.
Where'd you get her?
Yeah.
All right. Any more comments, questions? Camera a little blurry. Camera's blurry.
Yeah, it focuses that.
Very good.
Well, you may have to put it back on the. Thank you. That's gonna fit, I think. Well, let's try it again. Maybe it just wasn't on far enough. Lost confidence in it.
I need a number 6 wrench. Well, never mind. I'll just use this. 7/16 or 11/16. Come on, buddy. There it goes. For as much room as we have under here, it's surprising how packed this is starting to get.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna try and get the air intake on and show the crowd?
Yeah.
Mama,
Where is it?
you want to get the gas tank there and start and just clean the top of it off?
Right there. Where'd you put 'em? Alright.
All right, I need. That probably ought to work. Yep, that'll work.
Shiny.
I think the back one goes in first. No, back one goes in. Yeah, back one goes in for second, I think.
Ta-da.
You need help?
I think I got it. Yep, got it.
Hey, hang on. The tank has to go in first.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It does fit.
Cool. All right. Well, it's getting close to 6, I think.
What time is it?
5:56. So,
That's as close to 6 as we want to get.
yep. I think this may be a good time to call this live stream a wrap.
You want to throw that on and then we'll call it a wrap.
Yeah, we'll throw this fuel cell in real quick and just give you guys a look. All right. Looks good, Mama. You did good.
That's where all that wiring went. Don't hit the radiator.
You need this bracket.
Nope. It's not damaged the radiator.
Mm-hmm.
You're hitting it.
Yeah, I see. you have to put the fuel cell in first?
Probably.
Okay. Yep, definitely.
Yes.
Okay. Well, get those wires undone. All right.
So much for that.
Yeah, so much for that. It gets in there. You're gonna have to wait and see that on the next one. And yeah, I think we made pretty good progress here. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you go over to John Wilburn's channel and check out the creator workshop that
Like, subscribe, join the channel.
he's going to put on. Make sure you like and subscribe, and maybe become
See you
a
on the
channel
next
member.
one.
Become a channel member by hitting the join button down below. And thank you for tuning in. That was a pretty long session, but we got a lot done. We'll see you in the next one. All right. Come on, computer. There we go.